All right. Oh, that was weird. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Let me open up. Hello. This is not. Open in a browser. Open in a browser. So that I can, if I need to, post a link or a chat or whatever. Hello, everyone. Welcome. I'm O'Reilly, and this thing is dirty. Welcome, everyone. So today, we're just gonna do so. I know that PvE Legendary Armor is coming out, but I am so far into getting the second piece of World vs. World Legendary Armor that I've decided to kind of I want to finish that piece at least. I don't think I'm gonna get a third piece done, honestly. But I do want to get the second piece done for my armor set. So I decided, let's just finish that up or whatever. But I wanted to show you guys. So I tried to make, like, with the new hat and everything, I wanted to create, like, the idea was to create, like, a time mage. Oh, you know what? I'm thinking about maybe recoloring that moon on my shoulder. That would be kind of cool. And have a little bit of that blue. I've just been kind of trying to figure out different fashions. So I kind of wanted to start the stream because with oh, can you guys even hear the game? Kind of quiet right now. I guess I can make it quieter for me. A bit louder for you guys. Whatever. Anyways, I mean, this is all like stuff we hear every day. Anyways, it's so hard. Like, let me tell you guys real quick. So when I make videos, I have to like pick out like background music, of course, right? And I have to like go and like find like good Guild Wars 2 background music. But it's like I try to find like the obscure things, the ones that are like not well known, not heard all the time. Because I don't want to do all that. Like, you go through core maps and you hear the like same songs over and over and over again, right? And it's like after so many years, it's like kind of like um, I mean, yeah, they're not bad songs, don't get me wrong, but it's just like stuff we hear all the time. So it's not, I'm trying to like find different things. So it's like always like a freaking, I go on YouTube and I have to like look through all the sound, like 2 hours of soundtrack. It's a lot of work to find and that's just for the music, it's like takes like a while, but nonetheless, whatever. Anyways, so um, I kind of wanted to like put a little spin on something, and I don't know, whether or not people are gonna watch this back or not, whatever. Because these streams are like pretty random. They're not. I don't have like big goals. Oh my God, Fluffy is so big. I literally was like, what the fuck is that? And it's like just Champion Fluffy hanging out over there. These are so random, and they're not scripted, and they're just kind of like whatever talking about. Um, but yeah, so I wanted to show you guys one thing that I've always wanted to have that I like. I'm a type of fan when it comes to like fantasy tropes that I like mages in games, but I like the ones that are a little bit more outside of what you would regularly see in like RPGs, right? In regular RPGs, like a pyromancer, you can see that very often, right? Or you can see like whatever, like those types of like the regular mages or whatever. But there's certain types of magic or themes or tropes or whatever roles or whatever that I really enjoy. And like one of them, for example, is uh obviously all of these like RPG roles and tropes and things started with like D&D, right? That's pretty much the like ancestor of like all of modern like RPGs, I feel like, right? Everything is kind of based off of like what D&D has done over the many years. But like the other one that's kind of the front runner of that now, I feel like, has been like Final Fantasy, right? Just because it spanned so many different consoles, so many different games, and has created a lot of jobs, right? They're not called classes, but in Final Fantasy they're called jobs, right? And there's so many different jobs now in that genre of gaming, specifically for Final Fantasy, that there's certain ones that I've always looked at and I've really enjoyed it. And one of them has always been the like time mage like archetype, right? So someone that uses like time magic and stuff. So the idea of using time magic uh is like really cool to me. You know, it's like manipulating time, like slowing down your enemy and like quickening yourself, right? And you have like haste and like all those, right, for like Final Fantasy, and slow, where that's kind of, and there's been certain ones, like if you look at like Final Fantasy X, for example, there wasn't really anyone designated as like a time mage, but like Tidus pretty much was the time mage because he had things like slow, he was like, that, and he had like haste and stuff like that. So he was pretty much the party's time mage in a way. So a lot of them never really like explicitly are like, oh yeah, that's a time mage, but they kind of take that role of how they like they you know they function or whatever. Um, so that brings us kind of to like Guild Wars 2, right? And in Guild Wars 2, we have a time mage. We have the Chronomancer. The problem that I have with Chronomancer is that it feels incredibly clunky, to me at least. It's very complicated. Sorry, I'm keep on itching my nose. I'm peeling right now, which is kind of disgusting. I've been trying to put lotion on and not have that happen, but it is what it is. Um, but the thing is, like, so we have Chronomancer, and Chronomancer is supposed to take that role of like a time mage. I just think that ArenaNet's implementation of it is complete garbage. No, it's not that bad. Like the idea is great, right? And I love the wells and stuff like that, but the design choices that they have made recently just really irk me in a lot of ways, guys. It really, really does. Where they took away like what was it, the quickness, or no, it was the alacrity that you would get from like at the end of the final pulls of the wells, you would get like alacrity or quickness. I think it was alacrity that you would get, right? And they took that away, and then now they split it where you could either go for quickness or alacrity, right? And you have to like pick on the grandmaster traits. You have to pick which one you do. But it's also bound to like phantasms now. Like it's not even bound to like you can do a little bit of quickness with like shattering and stuff, but like it's mostly bound to like casting, like summoning phantasms. The problem that I find, and I don't know if it's like feasible right now to do, or like how it seems much more complicated right now to me to maintain either permanent quickness or permanent alacrity on a chronomancer, because I feel like you don't summon that many phantasms, and like focusing, you kind of lock yourself into like a set weapon skills because you want to maximize the amount of um phantasms that you can summon, right? And that kind of like irks me. It's kind of weird how like Chronomancer works right now. In the beginning, when it first came out, I really, really enjoyed Chronomancer, and during the Heart of Thorns times, and especially during season 3. I remember during season 3, I made a specific character that was a Chronomancer, and I like played the shit out of her. Like, I mean, it was just like so much fun to me. And now, just a lot of the design choices have made Chronomancer really clunky to me. And I feel like I get that they're trying to make like quickness and alacrity accessible to everyone, but I feel like someone that's like literally has time in its name as Chronomancer should have easy accessibility to both of those things, I feel like. And I totally understand that like group composition wise, having one specific elite specialization that provides both of those things would kind of force it would make everyone in group compositions make sure to have that one elite specialization in there, because that would eliminate having a second person to do the other thing, right? Because you have can have one character do both or whatever. But I think like the ease of use has gone away for the Chronomancer, and it's made it so much harder to play and so much harder to maintain those things that I feel like I'm like, well, you took the, because people always talk about like identity, right? I like the identity of an elite specialization, and I think a lot of people like misunderstand what that means, because a lot of people are like, oh, well, we now have what we got like alacrity on Scourge or whatever, and people are like, well, that doesn't really fit because that's not what the Scourge, and it's like, well, the Scourge still does the same shit it did before, but it just like has now alacrity added to it. So I don't think that that's terrible. I don't think that's bad. Like, per se. You know, I don't think that that's really bad. But I think like the Chronomancer specifically, like that is most definitely part of its identity, right? Because they were the ones that had access to alacrity for the longest time, like the only ones that had access to alacrity for the longest time. And like quickness was like, you know, they were again one of the ones that were like the only ones that had easy access to those things or whatever. And now it's just become like the waters have been muddied so much that the identity of like what is a chronomancer? Well, chronomancer is a time mage, but it has a harder time providing time magic to their allies or affecting enemies than some other classes do. And that kind of, I don't know, it doesn't sit right with me, you know. But I wanted to still create, you know, and that kind of brings us to like this character or whatever. But so I kind of feel bad, you know. I don't want to talk shit on ArenaNet. I know they probably work hard, you know. Those people, I mean, you know, it's not like they sit there and they laugh about us struggling to do certain things or whatever because they fucked up on, like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people shit talk on ArenaNet a lot, and I do too. You know, sometimes I find myself talking a lot of shit about ArenaNet. And I know I've lost a lot of viewers talking shit about ArenaNet at points. But sometimes, you know, I get frustrated too and I want to vent. Um, but nonetheless, you know, they work hard, okay, and they want to provide a good game for us, and their goal isn't to make the game shitty. Like, you know, I always have to translate it to my job, okay. In my job, like, I work as a bartender, okay, and when I get people that come in and they want to complain and they want to bitch and they want to say like, oh, you know, you did this or you ruined my night or whatever, which doesn't happen a lot, but I'm just saying, like, you know, as an example, like in the restaurant business that does happen. You get those people, right, and they're like, but I'm like, I don't set out to do that. Like, I don't leave my house thinking, "Ugh, I hope I can ruin someone's fucking day today." Like, that's not my goal. And that's not ArenaNet's goal. You know what I mean? So, I, you know, I'm like, I know they try really hard, but I think sometimes they just miss the mark. And I think with Chronomancer, it's just kind of been, it's over the last couple of years, I feel like it's kind of fallen from grace, I feel like, as what Chronomancer is. So I wanted to still create a time mage. I still wanted to have the idea of someone that can like boost their allies, provide boons, and haste, so to say, which is pretty much quickness. But well, it's quickness and super speed combined. I don't know if it's really alacrity. I don't know if alacrity really exists in that sense in other games or whatever. But you know, there's five things that are considered like that you can consider time magic in the world of Guild Wars. So you have of obviously alacrity and quickness, right? Alacrity being able to like get your recharges, like pretty much increasing time so that your like recharges are quicker. And then you have quickness, which just like makes the movement fast, right, of your character and the animations and all that stuff. And then you have super speed, which is the actual character movement around the field that makes it quicker. And then uh, you have and that's a little bit different than swiftness. I want to say like swiftness just makes you run faster, so I wouldn't consider that a time based thing. And then you have the two negative ones, three negative ones, so it's six. Because there's slow, obviously, slow being the, you know, and then there's chill. Wasn't there another one? No, I think that's it. So it is five. Slow and chill, right? Because chill is the opposite of what alacrity does. It just slows your recharge. So I'm like, you know, I was trying to figure out how to like make a character that would be kind of cool as like a time mage. So I kind of went like with a little bit of fashion here too. You know, I was kind of looking up some pictures of like what a time mage looked like, and I do know that we have the hourglass staff, which might fit better, but it's not a very like shiny, like it's not like bam, you know. So I kind of actually went with the stellar spire, which is kind of cool because it has like these like um you know, it's supposed to be like celestial bodies or whatever, which I put the sun and like the sun and moon shoulders that we have, I forgot, dusk and dawn shoulders, I'm sorry, on, because I feel like, you know, that kind of represents like day and night, which is like part of, you know, the human time, the idea of time for humans, like day and night, right? It's like there's a time thing there. And then I put the new hat on, which I thought was really cool. And then I had the moon back piece, which I colored that like um, blue and pinkish, because that's kind of what you get out of the staff, as well as like the aura pretty much that you get from the legendary from Aurora. It kind of has that like red and or not red, pink and blue that you get. But yeah, so the idea is to just pretty much provide boons, and we get really easy access to quickness here, which I think is like the coolest of the time spells. I think quickness. Alacrity is a little, because it doesn't have like a visual representation and it doesn't really make the battle feel quicker. Even though it does obviously do something, but I think that like quickness is the one that really does it. But yeah, so it's just kind of like uh, I still think that ArenaNet needs to change how weapon skills work on a Revenant. I think that like I think that the Revenant weapon skills, since they have cooldowns, they honestly should not cost energy. Like it's kind of weird to me. I think there's something like design wise that's I don't know if I'm quite grasping what ArenaNet was going for. Oh, while we're in queue, we can wait, or we can talk. I mean, we obviously are gonna have to wait, but um, because in my opinion, I feel like that the Revenant Legends, right? The Revenant Legends, the the utility skills, right? Having those based off of energy makes total sense, right? Because you reset your energy when you swap legends, but you don't reset your energy if you swap weapons. So having the weapons tied to like the energy feels kind of bad, in my opinion. Um, where like I will use the staff 5, which costs like a lot of energy. Like this is just an example, right? The staff 5 on the Revenant costs like a lot of energy, but that takes away from me being able to use the utility skills, right? And if I just swapped into a legend that I'm using, and I'm using the staff 5 ability, then I'm kind of like out of energy. I can't use things like impossible odds for that long, or I can't definitely can't use like the Jade Wind or whatever that I think that's what the elite is for like Shiro. Things like that. Like it kind of takes you out of that. Like especially in like Renegade, because I think some of the spirits are kind of expensive to like summon. So it's like if I if I want to break a bar, I have to like choose between the two things, which I think is something that no other class has. So there's something where I'm like, that kind of to me feels a little off. There's something design wise that like I'm like, at least make them like cost like barely anything if you're gonna make them cost. But then why even have the cost if you're gonna have a cost like 5 for each skill? Like even 5. I mean even 5 feels like a lot. I feel like I don't know. It just doesn't feel right because they're on cooldown. So it's not like you spam them. If you think that you don't want the Revenant to have access to those skills so much, you can always, like, you can say, okay, we're taking away the energy cost, but we're increasing the cooldown a little bit. Like, you add a second to each cooldown on the weapons. I think that would be a fair trade-off. Because again, you don't spam them. The only one that you spam is the one skill, the auto attack, right? But that doesn't cost energy anyways. So it's like I'm not gonna sit here and like cast sword 5 constantly because it's gonna recharge and I'm gonna be using other skills as well. Like there's also the point of like these aren't instant cast spells. You know what I mean? These aren't like I press the button and it happens. Like there's an animation to it, especially like sword 3 for example. It takes like a while to jump around all the different characters, so it's like you know, I'm like, I don't know. It's just kind of weird to me. I think there's some, and I don't know how the community feels about it. I don't know. That's just my own personal like twist on the Revenant, where I feel like there's something design wise that just feels, uh, like in the game that Guild Wars is in 2023. I feel like it shouldn't be that way. But again, I think that now that they're looking at like doing smaller expansions and concentrating, really focus and not adding new elite specializations, really focusing on like this hasn't really been confirmed or said by ArenaNet, but I feel like they're kind of showcasing that with three lead specializations and us adding not adding anymore, right? As I'm speaking as like ArenaNet, but it's like okay, we have three lead specializations, we're not adding anymore, but we're still wanting to do balance updates quarterly. It means that they're like that we're sitting here and we're looking at really solidifying all the different classes, right, and making them the best they could be, which I think is fantastic because the idea of elite specializations um is great, right? But I think balance over the last few years has become such a mess, that where they you know, it's like two steps forward, one step back, and sometimes it's like one step forward, two steps back because of like let's you know last summer for example we had that big conundrum with that release, and then even the one recently was kind of like iffy. You know, there's a lot of people that are kind of like what's going on, you know. But I think it all in the end will work out in the end, right? There's like you got to make mistakes in order to realize what it is that you need to fix. You know what I mean? And I think like if they keep breaking certain classes, eventually they're gonna have to be like, okay, we really have to fix this, right? Which means that eventually they're gonna look at it and say, okay, what do we really need to make the players happy to really make this good, right? So yes, maybe something sucks right now, and maybe something doesn't really work right now, but hopefully, eventually that'll lead to that. Which I think, let's just say we're going 3 years into the future, okay? We had three mini expansions come out. We just had the third mini expansion come out. And ArenaNet says, you know what? Like we've done like, you know, at this point, uh, you know, we've done 12 like major balance updates over this time, like 12 of them, without adding any new elite specializations to the mix. Yes, we've been adding weapons, you know, and yes, we've been doing other things, but like mechanic wise, we haven't done any like major mechanic overhauls or, you know, added anything. Uh, you know, but over 12 balance updates, they've really gotten to a point where they can say like, okay, we have done this and we feel that our classes are pretty good where they are right now. Like I feel like over 12, like you got to look at the long trend, right? You can't say from one balance update to the next, right? You got to look at like, okay, how is it in the span of time? Like it's probably going to be an upward trend on like how the balance is, how all the different classes feel, like how the balance between each different class and elite specialization and weapon sets and all that stuff is, right? Because there was a post made, there was a really good post on subreddit the other day, which I was like, wow. I usually don't look at posts like that. I usually just kind of read through it and like whatever, scroll past. But I actually was compelled to read through the whole thing, which was someone comparing like the pistol of a thief to the pistol of a harbinger, right? Which now will be based net like the necromancer will be able to use that all the time. So it's like it was a thief versus the necromancer, and how the the necromancer, just because it was an elite specialization weapon, is just so much better than what the thief got pistol is. The you know they compared the two pistols and they were like, well, the necromancer is much better, and that's where like I think now that they're making this, they're bringing these elite specialization weapons into the fold of the base class. This is where balance is going to head to. They're going to look at each of the different weapons and they're going to look at like which ones do we need to update, which ones do we need to bring up to make them all feel the same, right? In terms of like damage output and utility and like all the different things. So I think that like this is where the trend is headed. And I think that at the end of that time period, I really think that ArenaNet will say, okay, we've kind of exhausted. We've added all the different weapons. We've added underwater weapons. We've added, you know, because let's say for you know we're getting with this expansion, we're getting the elite specializations, all of them, all of those weapons are getting added, right? It wasn't just like, oh, we're doing the Heart of Thorns ones available. No, we're making all of them, right? And then 6 months down the road, they're adding a new set. So let's say they're doing two new sets per expansion that's coming out, right? So that would mean that by the end of that, most all weapons, including underwater weapons, will probably be. I mean, I'm just saying, like, if that's the trend we're going with, that would mean that at the end of this 3 year period that I'm talking about, every class will have almost every weapon available. Like, it'll be everyone will have the availability of all of the things. And what would be the next step? Well, the next step would be creating new weapons, but also maybe going back to revisiting the idea of, like, hey, maybe we should add another elite specialization set for all the classes. Maybe it is time that, our balance has gotten to a point where we can say, like, it's good, and there isn't that much we can do anymore to really truly make it feel like a unique, um where we can, where the balance is going to hit a point where it kind of, like, it flattens out, right? The curve kind of is going to flatten out at some point. And if they hit that after 3 years of adding all of these different weapons and doing all the balance updates and stuff like that, then maybe they're going to go back to elite specializations, and maybe they're going to say we're going to create new weapons. Maybe they want to make new weapons, and that would be really cool as well. But I mean, we'll see. That's gonna be down the road, but I hope that that's where it goes. I'm excited to see the balance. I know a lot of people are kind of iffy on balance right now. I know that with the latest balance update, there was some people that were upset from it, and I get it. I totally understand it. I know people were talking about, like, Druid feels really clunky now, providing alacrity the way that it has, because before it was like spamming spirits off cooldown, and now you have to do the Celestia Avatar skills off of cooldown, which kind of defeats the purpose of, like, well, you don't want to spam healing skills off of cooldown, right? That's not what a healer does in a game. Like, a healer is usually, like, it's a reactive thing. So, like, oh, this guy's hurt, I gotta heal him. Well, fucking sucks because it's on cooldown. My big heal's on cooldown because I need to use it to maintain my alacrity on people. So that kind of, I totally get that, but I hope that, I think any update to balance is a good update. Like, I think that the ones that are the worst are the ones that are not being talked about by both ArenaNet and the player base. And I've talked about this, like, the one poster child that I always use for that is Freezing Gust. Okay, Freezing Gust is probably, arguably, subjectively, in my opinion, the worst skill in the game. And it's like, no one talks about it. It's like, we keep talking about the same skills and weapons and da-da-da-da-da-da-da over and over again. Well, ArenaNet is looking at those. ArenaNet is looking to improve those, you know what I mean? But what about the ones that ArenaNet isn't talking about? What about the ones that ArenaNet isn't changing, right? That's, oh, great. You destroyed my toy. Get out of here, green. That is the one. Those are the ones that worry me, because as long as we're talking about certain skills, like, as long as we're talking about Celestia Avatar skills, ArenaNet is probably going to look at them. If we keep mentioning them, if we have people running the numbers and showcasing to ArenaNet, that's a really cool, like, all black outfit. I really like that. Then ArenaNet is going to look at those. I think ArenaNet is going to say, hey, yes, we need to update that because people are still complaining about this. People are still showcasing numbers that are not good enough for what this game is, or what the balance is, or what the meta is, or whatever, right? But yeah, things like that we're not talking about. That I think is what I think we need to start focusing on. We need to start talking about all of the skills. And I really love that post on Reddit brought up, like, pistol, because I don't think many people talked about, like, pistol on Thief, right? Because that's, like, a really good weapon, right? But if you compare it 1-to-1 to another pistol, it's maybe not that good. You know what I mean? Like, it's maybe it doesn't compare that well. So, and like I said, like, Freezing Gust is a huge one. I think that, like, the ones that, one that I never see anyone talk about is, like, Necromancer Staff. I think Necromancer Staff is, like, fallen behind so much, and it's like, does no one care about that? Like, that's a cool weapon for a Necromancer to use, but the skills are absolute garbage in the way, like, I think that they function. Me too. I am very, very excited as well. I'm super hyped for Secrets of the Obscure. Lore wise, it's fantastic. I mean, I'm sure everyone has watched Wooden Potatoes' video at this point, and I know that like, you know, I know that I can't compete to someone that has like that big of a following and like that much knowledge about the game. But yeah, I think you know, with his videos and everything, like people are getting like super hyped for this stuff. Um, and I think that like, you know, it's really cool to see Arena that really dig deep into like the pocket of lore. I think this time around they're really like they're hitting all these things. Like Wooden Potatoes is the only other person that I've seen talk about the like Wizard's Folly Tower. Like he was the other person that pointed that out as well. And you know, whether like, you know, we made the joke on Discord earlier about how like he stole it from my video. Like whether or not he did that, you know, I don't know and I don't care. I don't, you know, whatever. I would never sit there and insinuate that or accuse anyone of doing that. I couldn't care less what people put in their videos. And if you're taking from my videos, I actually take that as an honor that you think my videos are good enough to steal from. But it's just, you know, it's just so cool to have like these things come up and, you know, these lore things that, like, it's just really cool to me. It's just super fun and it's it's just really cool, and I'm super excited to see where all these things are coming. People are talking about seers, you know, and everyone's so convinced about seers. People are talking about Mingus. You know, it's really cool having these really old lore things coming back into the fold, into the, you know, the minds of the people, and getting some resolutions to some of those. Perhaps, you know, we don't know if a lot of those things are going to be in there, but hopefully they will be, and it will be fantastic. You know, I'm very excited. I love that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you liking those videos. It was a lot of work that I put into those, I will say. The second one, not as much as the first one, and I don't know if that's quite obvious. It was supposed to be just a follow-up video. It was supposed to be like a totally like, ooh, boom, boom, you know, whatever. But I still wanted to provide like random things. Like I didn't talk about the Mesmer Collective because I didn't really know how that would tie in or something. I could have mentioned that in a second video. But yeah, I just kind of wanted to like hit on like a lot of different lore things, you know, it's because we're talking about lore and we're talking about resolving old things, and to me that's really interesting and it's super fun and it's really like cool to me, you know. It's really like oh god, no, leave me alone, stop it right now. People are jumping. Look at that guy, he's jumping right in. Jesus. Okay. So, but I'm glad that you guys enjoyed the video. I really appreciate. I mean, the channel has seen like a huge increase of following and discussion and people, you know, liking the stuff, and you know, it's just, I love it. Like that is always something that's always been something that I've set out to do in my videos. You know, my videos were not about you know, people to me. So it's really funny. I talked about this like yesterday with someone, but you know, in my real life, like there's only one other person that plays Guild Wars 2, and that's my sister. Okay, she just played through the story, by the way, guys. Oh, she's still playing. Maybe she is not, I don't know. But she just finished the story of End of Dragons. It was her first time playing through the whole story, and she finally finished it, and she enjoyed it. She said she liked it a lot. And but the thing is that she's the only person that I have that I know in real life that plays Guild Wars 2, even plays video games. Like I don't know that many people that play video games in my life. And so when people ask me like, so what do you do for fun, right? Well, I tell them, well, I play video games and I have like a small YouTube channel and I make like videos, you know, like, and they're like, so you're like an influencer? And then I always, I'm like, okay, first of all, absolutely not. I hate that word. It's a terrible word. We should never use that word. People shouldn't be influencers, right? Because the idea, the connotation that the word influencer has means that you influence what other people think, right? That's what it's supposed to like represent. Like you influence. I don't know. That's what it seems like to me, anyways. That it talks about like you influence how people think in a certain way, or you know, how their opinions should be about something or whatever. And it's like, I'm not like that. Like my videos, and I tell people all the time, like my videos are there to start discussions. That's why when I make videos, you will always, usually always hear me ask questions, because it's not about me telling you what to think or me saying like, oh yeah, this is gonna happen, or like my predictions, like, oh yeah, I'm making this prediction that it's gonna happen. But it's like, I want to know other people's opinions. It's always about starting a discussion. It's always about like, let's kind of bounce off of each other, and maybe you can provide some evidence that like shows that maybe I'm wrong, right? Maybe someone can say, well, you know, this doesn't look like the Wizard's Folly Tower. I think you're completely wrong because this looks like something else, or because whatever reason, right? Like, you know, and then there's been so many times, I cannot even tell you guys, so many times where I have read a comment. There was even one today that I got on one of my shorts where someone said something and I changed my mind. And I'm like, you know what? That person is correct. I was wrong. Like, this is, and that's great because I feel like it like expands my knowledge of the game. And the base purpose of all of that. Oh, hello everyone. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna read all that. I want to finish this thought. And the idea is that, like, you know, I want to expand the enjoyment of the game, right? Because I feel like a lot of people, like most of the people that make videos for Guild Wars 2, make, you know, it's about the builds, it's about the gold farming, it's about the like state of the game, it's about the like, you know, toxicity of like whatever, or it's about whatever controversy is going on right now, right? Like that's the videos that we see a lot. And I'm not saying that like other content creators don't put effort into the videos. Obviously they do. Most other content creators have more views on their videos than I do. So it's like, you know, they put a lot of effort into their videos as well. But I just think that like one side that's kind of fallen off is like the lore side, the story side, the like the world building side, the little details, right? And that's what I set out to like look for, right? I look for those things and I want to showcase them to people and say like, hey, listen, the core maps aren't that bad. There's a lot of really cool little details and interactions and little things, like the short that I did last week with Addleston, right? Like that interaction is something that new people will have never seen, right? But it's such a cool little interaction. Like you go to this NPC and he interacts with other NPCs and you can fight him and he's like really fucking strong. Like he beat my ass at a level 7 Revenant. Like I literally lost him and I was like, oh my god. Like it's really cool to have stuff like that, you know? Content creator, hands down, is a better term. Love the video. The more Guild Wars 2 videos, I've always been fascinated with the lore of this game. Even when I take breaks and play other, I can't help but keep up with the game's stories. So keep the videos coming. Well, thank you. I definitely will. Like I said, there's a bunch of others I just posted on the Guild Wars. I don't know if you guys saw on the Guild Wars community page on my Guild Wars, or on my YouTube community page. I'm sorry. I posted there is videos. I have a bunch of them planned. Well, I have 4 written down, well, 5 written down. One was the one that I just released today. But I have a little whiteboard that I keep up with stuff. I know I'm not playing, I'm not keeping up with my Zerg here, but we're kind of talking. But yeah, there's definitely more coming, guys. There's more theories, there's more lore, there's more pseudo-lore coming. Pseudo-lore being like lore that I make my own headcanon on certain lore and I create like a story behind it or whatever. There's more of those things coming, so I'm excited for you guys to be excited. I'm excited that people are excited. Theory about the significance of how the older astronaut people to get is, you know, I don't know. I feel like that would make the most sense, right? When you look, and it's really hard to put that in terms of like putting it in a video, right? Because I don't want to sit there and talk for 30 minutes about how I feel like the Astro Ward could be structured in a sense of like how they function, you know? It's like I could sit here for an hour and tell you exactly how they could make it, but it makes the most sense, right? I feel like it would be really cool to have, like, you know, we talk about Amnitis and the Skywatch Archipelago, right? And that's like up in the sky, but like, you know, they're protecting Tyria, and rifts to the mists open up all over the place. They don't just open up in the sky, they open up all over the place. So they have to have agents that move around the world and that are designated, you know, perhaps to certain areas. And I feel like it would make the most sense. Like when you look at E, for example, you know, he talks about protecting the world, but he's solely ever involved with Crichton stuff. Like, so how is he protecting the world if he's solely involved with Crichton stuff? Like, for example, Caduceus, he wasn't a world-ending threat. Caduceus just wanted to take the throne of Kryta. That's all he ever wanted. Would that have been so bad? Probably. He probably would have been like a total dictator, you know, and like just been horrible as, you know, as a leader for Kryta, you know, and probably would have declared war on other nations and stuff, but it probably wouldn't have been a world-ending crisis. So how is E fighting the White Mantle with his informants and spies, saving the world, like protecting the world? Like, that seems kind of weird, right? Like to me. So I'm like, so how can we twist this to that it makes sense, right? How can we look at from how, not twist it, but how can we like look at it from a different angle to make it make sense, right? And it's like, well, you know, if he's part of a larger organization, then yes, that's how he's protecting the world, because he's like, he's doing his job here, but he's doing it as part of a larger, like, you know, he's just one cog in the like giant thing that's like, you know, the Astral Ward protecting the world or whatever, you know. Yeah, for the longest time it was only WP who had a monopoly in Guilds Blurry, and others Loranity, Crichton Herald, and Raleigh. It's good to have multiple. Yeah, it is really cool, and I think there, you know, it supplements, right? Because there's like certain theories that each of us have, and there's certain ideas, that, you know, theories and ideas and things, how we twist things. And I know that like I know there's like people that complain about like WP, like, you know, oh yeah, he like has his own head canon, and he takes like one little thing and he makes like this crazy theory, and it's like da da da. Like, I've heard people say these things about him, but I'm like, but that's the fun of theorizing. You know, you take something and you take the evidence that you have to support this theory, and you kind of like make it a whole thing, you know, and you like kind of base that off of it, right? And I don't think that's unhealthy to do, because it's like, well, maybe he's gonna get proven right, you know, and that would be really freaking cool if like he all of like, you know, he has this crazy theory, like I make them myself, and all of a sudden it turns out to be right. Like, it's really cool. I love stuff like that. And I think that the Guild Wars universe has more than enough. Wait, are they attacking our like keep or something? Is that, oh, they're like down here. I don't know why I drew it like that. I just, you know, I just think that it's time for ArenaNet. So my thing is, what I don't want ArenaNet to fall into is, you know, we're done with the Elder Dragons, right? And we're gonna be journeying into doing other things. I would hate ArenaNet to just go into creating new lore threads and new, you know, mysteries in the world, right? If you go forward with the story and the areas that you can visit and stuff. I would hate for ArenaNet to go and make all these new things, but not touch on old things. Because then, you know, let's say we go another 20 years with Guild Wars, right? Even like maybe Guild Wars 3 comes out and whatever, right? We don't know, whatever. Let's just say we go another 20 years with the franchise, with the universe, and we don't resolve any of those old things. You look back like 20 years from now, right? And you look at the last like 40 years that Guild Wars has been a thing or whatever, right? And you're just like, okay, half of the shit hasn't been resolved. Like, that makes it really lame, right? Because then you have all these mysteries in the world and none of them have been resolved. Like, and it's like, okay, well, why did ArenaNet make these mysteries in the world if they're not going to ever talk about them? You know, what's the fun in having these mysteries for a few years and people theorize on them and blah, 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 like the Wizard's Tower, for example, right? The Wizard's Tower was like, you know, a prime example right there. You know, it's like for the last literally 15 years, you know, people have been sitting there and like, what the frick is going on with this Wizard's Tower? It's just hanging out there. And it's like this really like standout thing because it's a floating tower in the middle of like Kryta, and no one knows what it's about, and it's like it stands out because that is not just like a normal thing to be seen around, right? So I am so happy that ArenaNet is really taking a look into these older threats, so that so let's say, you know, let's take it the other way. Let's say that like in 20 years from now we have resolved all of these old issues, right? Or mysteries, not issues, but mysteries, right? We have resolved the old mysteries, and everything is kind of like you know, we resolved all of these things, like who the mysterious stranger is, what happened to Venia, like all the things I brought up, right? All the little things that were out there, like the Scepter of War, what's going on with that? Like, we resolve all of that. That leaves us room, that leaves ArenaNet room to start new things, new and exciting things, and we can create new, interesting, like, lore threads that maybe connect to some of these older ones, right? And you can expand the world in that way, right? You don't even have to add new areas to the world. You can just, like, do it that way. So I'm very happy with it. I'm super excited for it. I think we're gonna get a lot of resolutions to really interesting um, questions in the history of Guild Wars and Tyria and all those things. You know, I think that's really it makes it super fun, and it deepens the whole idea of, you know, like I said, the enjoyment isn't just in crunching numbers, right? The enjoyment isn't just in finding the best way to farm money or the best build to kill the boss faster or whatever, right? It's like, oh my god, if people can shave off 5 seconds off of their boss battle, they will go nuts for a video. You know what I mean? And I think that that's like, okay, that's fun for some people. I totally get that, you know, but I think there's another side to Guild Wars that really just people don't pay that much attention to, and now it seems like it's coming to the forefront just because we're taking, right, the poster child for this expansion is the tower, which is like this massive lore thing that's just been there for so long, so it's just, you know, drawing attention to the lore so much, and people are coming up with all these things. I think gods and where like humans are from would be something that like I just think there's some really cool stuff that ArenaNet can talk about. They can make a really cool god story. That's why I talk about like Mingus. Having ArenaNet reserve Mingus for a god focused story, because I would really love to see an expanded pantheon of the gods. I want to know about Duena's father, right? Mingus is Balthazar's half brother, so I kind of want to know about Balthazar's parents and Mingus's parents, and like, you know, how that all lines up. I would love to know, like, we know that, like, for example, Abaddon, you know, there is a predecessor to Abaddon, and it was rumored for the longest time based off of files that people found in, like, you know, the Guild Wars files, you know, that it was called Arachnia, which you can actually see a dead spider body in the realm of torment, and people talk about like that was the body of the old god of you know, Arachnia, that was the predecessor to Abaddon. And it's like there's like these stories, right? It's like, where are humans from? Why did the gods bring humans here? Why didn't they stay where they were? Why didn't they protect them where they were? Why did they take them from somewhere else and bring them here? Like, what's the story there, right? I think that like the gods in conjunction with like where the humans are from, there's really interesting cool stuff like Malagan. There's a video I'm gonna make on Malagan. I have this theory that I've thrown around for a long time about Malagan, which, you know, I've talked about it like ad nauseum with that, but Malagan is something that really interests me on like such a deep level, because it is such a interesting, like, in conjunction with the God story, you know. So that is something that I 100% would love to see. Yeah, there was a lot of lore books and stuff that they added specifically like after the story. There was a lot of stuff on the purists too, which I hope we get like a purist story as well. See that maybe resolve a little bit, because there, you know, the celestial ministry and stuff. There's some really cool connections between the leader of the purists and the celestial ministry and stuff like that. That could be really interesting. We also don't know anything like what happened to the Celestials. So there's some stuff in Cantha still that I would love to see. I talked about the Wardens, you know, how the female Wardens protected something, or were doing something deep in the Equivald Forest that was never explained. Like, those things are very interesting, and those things are all stuff that have potential to be like mini expansions. You know what I mean? They can do little stories, little 2, 3, 4 release stories of, like, you know, talking about those things, right? And that is, to me, really, oh, look at that, they're taking our tower right there. Arachnia expansion, like anything like that. It's like, the history of the pantheon of the gods, right? We talk about, like, Cormia took Abaddon's spot, Grenth took Doom's spot. Like, were there others before them? They clearly don't seem like, after these many years and the things we've heard, I think it's clear that these weren't the first human gods. And are there other creatures like them out there? Are there other beings out there like them that are maybe like, these six have kind of decided to like take on the mantle of, we're gonna be the gods of the humans, right? But like, my theory, that's why I talk about Malagan, for example. My theory is that Malagan is like a sister to Melandru, and instead of being a nature goddess, she's actually a water goddess, and they maybe are twins or something, or maybe they're just sisters or something. And Malagan, it looks like Melandru. And Malagan was, as far as we know, she even like lived among the Quaggan or something. I would have to look that up again, but I think she's said to have like a giant statue of her in the royal capital of the Quaggan, or she was said to live amongst them or something. And when the Crate invaded, they killed her or something like that. But that's why I think that Quaggans worship the statues of Melandru, because she looks so much like Malagan, right? And when human scholars are like, oh, well, Malagan and Melandru are the same thing, that's why Quaggans always get so offended. They're like, no, they're not the same. Those are two different things. Like, they're not the same, because they aren't, because they look alike, and they have, they have like influences or themes that are like interconnected, because like nature, water is an essential part of nature, right? So it's just kind of like they have like an integral, like, influence, I guess, there, or whatever. um Yeah, see, I hate harpies, so it's not something Dazala, I totally get. That people, Dazalana, there's like one that's like Dazala, and then Dazalana. There's like two of them that are like that, or something. I don't know how to pronounce that or what they even look like right now, but yeah, I mean, I would love to see it, expand on Dwayna. And yes, the harpies were set to be like, like her, like, what was it, like, there's some kind of connection between the harpies and the and Dwayna, right? And it's like, would be kind of cool to, oh no, I'm burning. Oh, leave me alone, you douche. Oh, thanks. Look at that, I didn't die. Wow. Oh, jeez. Yeah. There's a lot of different things, and the thing is, and this is something you can really see in the Guild Wars community right now, is that this expansion is giving people hope for all of these things, right? We're all talking about, oh, I hope for this expansion, I hope for this thing, I hope for that to come up, right? And that's what's really cool. I think that's what's so amazing about that. It's like, it's not just the stuff we are talking about, but it's the stuff that we can potentially be talking about in the future. Because if we're looking at one thing that ArenaNet is hitting right now, maybe the next expansion is going to talk about another, right? And that's what makes it so interesting. And I think that's what's really getting people like so like into it. Oh, come on, get out of here, Rue. I think there's plenty of accidents, but I think as people, as a company that creates a big game like that, they have to find ways to, to kind of twist certain things to make them fit the narrative and the lore that they have created. You know what I mean? In a way that it feels fitting. So there probably have been many mistakes that have been made over time, but they always find a way to kind of leave things open-ended, first of all, to kind of maybe continue those, but also make certain things like, oh, connect them, right, in like interesting ways, where you can say like, oh, this and this. Like, one thing, for example, that was a mistake, for example, talking about End of Dragons, they combined the Juggernaut lore with the Warden lore, right? And those things they're a little clashy, right? They don't quite mesh together. I can see where they're coming from with it, and they designed the End of Dragons Wardens to look a little bit like the Juggernauts, but in Guild Wars 1, they were like completely different things and didn't have anything to do with each other really. But now they've kind of combined the two together. So it was like a little, like, it's a little jarring to kind of look at that and be like, that's how you made that work? Okay, sure, we'll go with that. You know what I mean? So there have been mistakes made for sure. If you look at like, if you get nitpicky with it and you really look at the like little details and stuff, you can find some stuff that's in there. Um, well, so I think people, what was the suggestion made the other day? Was it someone on stream, or was it someone on a video that commented on it or something? I'm trying to remember, but someone was saying, or maybe it was a video I watched. I don't know. Recently someone talked about this, and it kind of, again, was like a little I'm like, I don't know if we can really stretch it that much. But in the instance where we meet Cormier, she talks about how, Balthazar was like kicked out of the Six, and he's not part of the Six anymore. And that person was saying that, like, oh, see, she's not saying the 5, she's saying the 6, meaning that there is someone else that already took the place of Balthazar, is what the person was saying. So the person was saying that, unbeknownst to us, Balthazar had, his divinity had been taken by the other gods, right? And he was locked away in the mists. Unbeknownst to us, after that happened, someone else ascended to godhood, or someone took, took that space of god of war, right? God of fire, god of flame, or whatever, took that spot already, and we don't know about that because the gods left. And they didn't talk to us, and they didn't see fit to inform us that, hey, yeah, I know you're fighting the god of war and all, but like, he's not actually like a divine being anymore. He's actually like, he's just a super magically powered guy, but we have another guy that actually took the place. That's a little bit reading into things. I think that's like kind of not necessarily twisting the words of someone, but like that's kind of like taking something and like being a little nitpicky about the way that Cormier worded herself, right? And it's like, does that really mean there's another person? I think she was just saying that, like, Balthazar was like part of the 6, and he's like just not part of those 6 anymore. Like, he's just kind of kicked out. But there is a 6th spot that's open now. She's kind of like saying, like, yeah, hey, it's always been 6 gods, right? We did talk about 5, but people didn't know about Abaddon because he was locked away. But there is really 6 gods in this pantheon, and we kind of need one. Like, anyone want to sign up? Kind of thing, Amiyali, Zinto as well. Like, Amiyali is, I think, Amiyali being the whatever, the goddess that they're the Itzel, right, from Heart of Thorns are looking at. But we also have Zinto, which is the like sun god, right, from the Hylic, in Core Tyria. Right, we have Zintel, where we even have, if you go to Sparkfly Fen, they have like the whole temple with the crystal at the top. I talked about this recently. There was a stream I did recently where I talked in depth about, like, that would be so interesting to kind of see. This was before, I think this was before Secrets of the Obscure was actually announced. But it was like really interesting to like go back to the temple that they have there, right? Which is like this really big, it's not an outpost, but it could be like its own little town, right? It's its own little town, but it's this big temple that they have to Zintel. And they have the little mosaic on the ground that's like the sun symbol and stuff, and they talk about the sun. Because we like, there's a lot of stuff about celestial bodies. We talked about it recently where there's many hints that, like, I threw out a little theory where I said, well, what if the night sky, like, that we look at right now, that's the mists? And every little star is a realm within the mists, right? And then, because we talk about these 2 stars that were added into the night sky, right? They were added after the release of Guild Wars. After the death of both Zaytan and Mordremoth, these 2 appeared in the sky. And it was like, okay, do they have something to do with the Elder Dragons? Well, we don't know. There's some connections to the stars, right? We have the Celestials and the Celestial Realm, right? Like, is that in the mist? like that would suggest like the celestial realm, meaning like the stars and the bodies in the night sky and stuff like that, like above us, right? That would make that a realm, right? Or part of the night sky. So there's like so many weird connections that you can draw. So like Zintel, being the sun god, is like, okay, well, is there like, is that maybe like, are these, maybe these stars are like beings, maybe there's a being that came into, like a couple beings that came into uh, existence after Zaitan and Mordramoth died, and that's why we saw these. Maybe the moon is a being. Like, we don't know, right? There's like all these weird, interesting lore things, and I'm just glad that like this expansion is really bringing out this idea of like, hey, we could be hitting on some of these interesting things. What do I want to eat here? I think I want to go for this. No, that's expertise. I'm gonna go. I don't see a healing one, so that's fine. But there's so many little things. Like, it's crazy to really like sit down and, oh, there it is. That's what I'm looking for. Yep. To talk about, right? There's so many ways, and that's the thing. Like a good, like a good narrative team and a good like team that's like focused on lore and stuff, they will make sure that the existing lore doesn't clash with what they're creating, but it like supplements it, and it uses elements of what we have seen, right? And we can see this really heavily. Like, I don't know if it's because Indigo became the narrative lead, but I really like Indigo. She is I think she has a lot of passion for the Guild Wars lore and universe and stuff. That I think it's like fantastic that she's like at the head right now for the narrative, because I think she's going to include a lot of these different lore things in the game. Like, she's going to make sure that there's a lot of, and that these connections actually work out, because she talks about things, like when End of Dragons came out, there was a lot of interviews with Indigo and stuff, and she talks about a lot of things that happened like in the past, and she like has the knowledge where you can really like say like, you know what, she like knows her shit, when it comes to Guild Wars lore, and she's gonna make sure that, that's my hope at least, that a lot of these things work out and that they're interesting, and that they leave us with more things to be curious about and to see more of those interactions and resolutions to some of these older threats, like the Scepter of War. Like, I made a video on that a long time ago. I think I talked about it was just a really short video, but and talked about like the Scepter of Ore. Like, we've never seen Ore in its prime, right? And there's a lot of mysteries that are still involved with Ore. Like, I know we've been to Ore lots of times, and Ore is kind of, when we think about Ore, we always think about like Zaitan and the undead and stuff. But it's like there's so much more to Ore in the lore. In the lore of Ore, no, but there's a lot of like things that the gods were there, right? And it's like we don't know how their lives were. We don't really know a lot of these different things. There's like, or would be so interesting. I would love to see an expansion that maybe, time travel is a little iffy, but it would be cool to see something where we go to see the past of Or, right? We like things like that. See how the Staff of the Mists and the Scepter of Or were made, or other things. There's other like, magical, powerful artifacts, like the Shining Blade, right? The Shining Blade was a seer weapon, right? And it's like, wow, that's really cool. Like, the seers are like a huge thing. There was a comment earlier left today. We talked about Exalted, right? We talked about Forgotten. Like, we know where the Exalted came from. They came from the Forgotten, but it's like, well, what about the Forgotten? Like, I would love to know where they came from, and like their history and like their things, It's like maybe their realm that they came from. There's a lot of different things. She is. I love her very much. I think she's very uh like I said, she just knows her stuff, and she's so kind and so nice, and I think that she's like the perfect person to have as like a narrative lead. That I think there's gonna be some really cool stories that we're gonna see. I'm excited to not only resolve a lot of things, but also see new things. You know what I mean? I talk about how Icebird Saga was like such a dome of lore because it was so self-contained that if you sucked Icebird Saga out of the story of Guild Wars 2, you wouldn't shake up the lore like at all. Like at all. Because it was so self contained in itself that there wasn't anything interesting that was brought up or, resolved or anything, and there's a lot of different things that they missed on it, where I just, I want Secrets of the Obscure to not do that. I want Secrets of the Obscure to give us a bunch of different really interesting, and I think we will see that because we're talking about like mages in the sky, and we're talking about the wizard's court, and we're talking about like distorted worlds, and we talk about Zoja coming back, and we're talking about like time travel perhaps, and like we have the Stargate looking thing, we're talking about the demon realm. There's a lot of like really cool ways that they could give us hints as to like the future or the expanded world of Guild Wars that like I think will leave all of us like just kind of like salivating like after the fact. Like I know I'm gonna be doing a streaming event. I'm gonna be taking off of work for that week. Not that whole week. I think I'm only gonna do, because it's only 3 maps. I think I'm gonna do 3 days. So it'll come out Tuesday. So I'll probably do Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I'll be streaming them. And I'm going to do the same thing that I did with End of Dragons. If you guys didn't know, for End of Dragons, I don't know if I'm going to do giveaways. I did giveaways for End of Dragons. I did 5 days for End of Dragons. And what I did every day, I would go and I would play the story, first of all. Like, that was the first thing I did until I got to the map, right? So the first map was Saitang. So on that Tuesday, or no, it was released on Monday, wasn't it? So that Monday, because I did Monday all the way to Friday. So that Monday, I went in and I did the story that was in the Saitang province or whatever, and then after the story, after they wanted me to go to New Kaining City, we actually did map completion. I actually completed the map of Saitang province, talking about all the fun stuff, all the little things like connections, and we talked about all the little lore stuff before moving on, right? And I'm gonna be doing the same thing so that we get like the whole experience out of it, that we can really like look at the 2 maps that we have. That's why I'm doing only 3 days this time around, because we're only getting 2 maps with the main release. So it's gonna be looking at the map for the third day. We're gonna just kind of probably like gather our thoughts about what's gonna come next, or maybe do some achievements after the fact, or whatever fun stuff there is, to talk about and stuff. So the first 2 days we'll be exploring the maps, and then and finishing the story probably on the third day, and then after the fact maybe doing some strikes or looking at like that type of stuff. So if you guys are interested in watching that, so that'll definitely happen. Again, like I said, I don't know if I'm gonna do giveaways or not, but yeah, so that's definitely gonna happen, and I'm really excited to do that. I'm really excited to just sit here all day long and play those. Another connection that I haven't seen anyone discussing is the Jotun. If that creature in the concept art is indeed a seer, they may be getting others celestial knowledge from the Jotun. Okay, so I don't disagree on seeing Jotun. What I'm questioning right now is, you said indeed a seer, they might be getting all of their celestial knowledge from the Jotun. How does... So you're saying because we're dipping deep into the lore, that like the celestial part, the celestial knowledge, has something to do with Jotun, is what you're saying. Like anything that they get celestial wise because they were these these watchers of the sky. You're not, because it sounded for a minute, the first time I read it, it sounded like you're connecting seers with Jotun, and I'm like, well, they're both ancient races, but that's kind of where the connections end, I think. But yeah, I can definitely. I mean, again, we're dipping so deep into the lore bucket, right? That it's like anything is possible. That's what's so cool about this expansion. I think that's what's making people so excited. It's like anything is possible. We could definitely see Jotun. We could have like this really old Jotun guy, who has magical powers still, not like the Jotun of our time, but he's like he's a Jotun from a time long gone that he retained this magic or whatever, and he didn't become like barbaric like they are now, and he still has the knowledge of the stars and the celestial stuff that's going on, right? And there's a lot of like astral themed things to the expansion, um, so there's definitely precedence to say like, yeah, hey, that's because if we're talking about like this night sky, right? The night sky being, wow, I'm glad that I was like right next to it, otherwise I'd be on the ground. We're talking about the night sky being like the mist or whatever, right? So that would make like the Jotun the foremost, like, them being watchers of the sky. They're like the ones that would have the most information about like the things that are happening within the mists, right? So maybe they're not like watchers of the sky, but they're watchers of the mist. Maybe they look into the mist, right? I don't know. There's like a billion different ways that you could twist that. Hey, Jacob, welcome. We're ancient races, but only were the stargazers. That's the word I was looking for. Stargazers. Yeah, yeah, no, definitely. And there's there's still the mystery of like, do you guys remember Arai Explorable when you actually do the Jotun path and you get to the telescope at the end and you look through it and it's like you see the star in the night sky and it actually has the darkness come and it disappears or whatever. Like people were saying that that's like the void coming, but it's like, okay, so the void was coming from outer space. Well, that's kind of strange because like a Suwan from outer space, like that's kind of weird, right? So it's like kind of like really strange to think about, like what was that cloud that like when you look through the telescope, right? Makes me sad because I know everyone uses it. Well, you don't know that, right? I think we need to give ArenaNet the benefit of the doubt here, because and maybe maybe I'm just being a super. I'm not. I'm usually a realist in real life. I'm not an optimist. I'm usually not a pessimist. I'm not. I don't go into things thinking that everything's gonna work out, and I also don't think that like everything's gonna go to shit. But I usually am the type of person that like goes in and based off of the evidence that I see, I think it's gonna go one way or another, right? I usually make my judgment off of that. But I think that like ArenaNet having swapped their management, right? We have new people at the helm. We don't have the same people that we had before. Nothing against Mike Z or anything like that, but he probably wasn't the best person to be at the top. And then I think Mike O'Brien kind of, I think it was time for him to move on. I think having like other people come back, like Colin Johansson, you can blame him maybe for some stuff that's happened over the years, but I think one thing that he has is passion, right? He has so much passion, and having new people at the helm and having people like Indigo be narrative lead and stuff. I really do think that there is, and not being on the, I talked about this last time, the story up until now was on rails with the end of dragon, like, or end of dragons with with the elder dragon story, right? It was on the rails of the elder dragon story. Having thrown that completely out leaves ArenaNet like I feel like that was like weighing down on them so much over the years that everything had to do with this, right? Even the Joko story, even the Balthazar story, right? These both of those things have nothing to do with the Elder Dragons, but it ended up becoming about the Elder Dragons because that was a story that they have woven for Guild Wars 2, and that was something that is what the game was about. Now that that is gone, they have this like freedom of like doing whatever. So I wouldn't say, guys, that we will not see those things. There's a big possibility that we will see a lot of these theories and these things. Like if Seers are coming back, that means that we might see Mersad or Jotun or Forgotten or even dwarves like come back into the story, because why would we take one ancient race and just leave the others behind? There's reason to think that in the next expansions we could be talking about Forgotten, right? And we could say, oh, we're going to make a god story and we're going to involve the Forgotten with it or something. There is precedence for these things to happen. So I wouldn't, I would give ArenaNet a chance with this expansion and really see where it goes. I think judge it after that and really see like, you know, I would really just wait until that. Like, that's what I've been saying since End of Dragons. And since End of Dragons, I've really said that I want to give ArenaNet a chance until the next expansion and really see where they're taking a not Elder Dragon story, a not Elder Dragon lore related story. You know what I mean? I'm wondering if since Seers look like they might be back, if we will see Mersat again. I think that's why I'm so convinced. An oncoming on an oncoming incoming. I don't know if I'm saying oncoming. On an incoming Janthia exploration. I love it. I love to go there. I have my own theories. I'll talk about that in just a second. Remember fake leak about Lissa and End of Dragons, and it was much better than what Every Night gives us, I swear. Again, I think that's because End of Dragons was bound to the Elder Dragon lore. They wanted to finish it off. They wanted to finish the story, and they just, again, it was so on rails. The story was so on rails. They could only go so far. They could only stretch their arms of lore so much out of the wagon that was like the cart. Like I always imagine it like a mine cart. They're sitting in a mine cart on the track of the Elder Dragon's story, and they're reaching for other things that they could possibly use, but they can only reach so far because they're locked in this, right? Now they're like on an airplane and they can fly around the lore world how much they want because they have so much freedom to do. That's my hope, at least. I'm trying to be optimistic because I have no other things to go off of. You know, the only things I have to go off of is a new leadership, a new narrative lead, a new, a new release cadence, and a new approach to expansions. Like those things, I'm basing those things off of what we have been told so far. That's kind of what I'm basing that on. I have a feeling they're gonna go crazy in the next few settings because I think they might have to now. Especially because Deimos and will be linked House of Demons. I think we'll see that. I don't know if they're gonna go crazy with it. I don't know if we're gonna like. I think we might be traveling into that demon realm, wherever the house. Well, it's houses, right? There's different houses. So houses of demons are from, wherever this organized civilization of demons is from, because clearly it is an organization civilization because they seem to have really created a civilization. So it's like wherever that civilization of demons is from, we're probably gonna go there or dip our toes into it, and maybe Secrets of the Obscure is gonna set up something where we travel into the demon realm as the next expansion. Um, you know, they can twist it so many different ways that we don't know. But yeah, I mean, it's just exciting to have those possibilities. Guys, think back when Icewood Saga came out, when we were looking at the Champions release and they announced End of Dragons. How much, like, we didn't have that much, like, we heard the name End of Dragons, we knew Kunavang was in it, we knew where we were going. That puts the whole story on a rail. And that's what I'm trying to say, right? It puts the whole story on a rail because they don't have the possibility, right now what we have now is we know that we're going into the sky with distorted worlds, but we're talking about demons, we're talking about like people from the past, we're talking about races from the past, we're talking about all these things, but we don't know any of it, right? We don't, and they could take it a bazillion different ways. Where like End of Dragons say we only had like maybe like 10 different ways they could take it. So I think there's like more possibilities to really like make the story just very compelling and interesting. Dwarves would have a word. Hey, listen, I wouldn't be opposed to seeing some dwarves. I'm totally fine with that. Seeing some the dwarves I think are pretty cool, and I think they were underutilized for Icewood Saga. But again, everything was just kind of shitty for Icewood Saga. I hate Icewood Saga. For someone that loves the lore, I hate Icewood Saga. I gotta say, I'm not a fan. Hey, hi, Mish King, welcome. So we could give us any away gem store stuff away I already own. I'm a little mad, not gonna lie. It doesn't need to do much as long as there is a note or hit to any of these topics. That would be sufficient. Well, and that's exactly it, right? It's like expanding on the stuff that we know, right? They don't need to go like, they don't need to go 10 foot deep on a seer story. But just kind of having a seer be there and be like, oh yeah, I'm one of the only existing ones in the world. I'm the one that kind of hid away up here in the Skywatch Archipelago, or I didn't hide away, but I was up here pretty much doing, God's work or whatever, the God's work by protecting Tyria, because they fled. So here we are. But I'm kind of like the last one out of the seers or something. that alone would be like, oh my fucking god, it's a seer, and he's alive, and he's been alive for a long time, and whatever, right? Like, that would already be like, would I love to have more? Yes, obviously, but like, just kind of dipping our toes, kind of expanding a little bit, and again, leaving those threats for future stories. Maybe they can hint at like, oh yeah, the seers have their own pocket realm. That's where they are. They're not extinct. Oh, okay. And that's it. That's all the info we get for Secrets of the Obscure, right? And then for the next 5 years, we hear nothing about that. Okay, well, 5 years down the road, they can make an expansion that's called like, I don't know, the House of the Seers, and we go to the place where the Seers are from, or whatever, where they have built civilization or whatever, right? It's just kind of like giving us those little lore, like little sprinkles of lore fun, a little bit of sprinkles. Um, the Wizard's Wald, I think the Wizard's Wald is gonna be not gem store stuff. I think ArenaNet, what they're trying to do, they're probably trying to split those. I would like to think that that's what they're doing. I think they're kind of splitting, like, they've been exclusively putting new armors and new weapons and back pieces and mount skins and da 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 into the gem store. I think they want to do like, oh, we're gonna do a little bit in gem store and a little bit in Wizard's Vault, and we're gonna do a little bit in gem store and a little bit in Wizard's Vault, and it's like, you kind of, I think we're gonna see like both, is my hope at least. God knows, I don't know. They have not given us enough info on how that is gonna work at all. I will never get it for not using factions soundtracks, and not a single track. Uncle Pete got more factions music than whole tracks. Yeah, I know. Like, it's so weird. I don't know. There might have been. It's really weird that they didn't use any of that. Because you don't even see like motifs from the faction soundtrack. So I have a feeling that there might have been something legality wise. Because I know that and I don't know if I think Jeremy Soule, he did the faction soundtrack, right? I think there was like right now you can't even get the Guild Wars 2 soundtrack because there's like a legal thing going on where he's like blocking that or whatever, and I think that's why they ended up like parting ways with him, because he's kind of like, I think all of that music kind of like belongs to him or something, because he's like, I don't know how all that works. There's like a lot of like red tape and legality shit or whatever that I have no idea what I'm talking about, and I could be completely wrong, but I think there might be maybe that's why they didn't use some of those tracks, because he was involved with them and they did not want to get into like a legal thing. That would be my guess, because I think the faction soundtrack is the second best of the original Guild Wars release. I think End of Dragons still tops it, or Eye of the North. I'm sorry, Eye of the North still tops it in my opinion. But I think there's something. I think there might be something there. I don't know. Okay, I don't know what the Seals of Endeavor are. I did play some ESO, but I did not. I don't know what that is. I didn't get too deep into that, so I don't know what that is. I mean, I love it, but I want a few old tracks, just like they did when Pacifier was playing. So General was like, yeah. I mean, I do agree with that as well. I think some of the Guild Wars 1 scores are just fantastic. If you guys haven't listened, like, whether or not you have played Guild Wars 1, just, if you're hanging out, if you're like studying, if you're like writing something, if you're whatever, meditating, like even for meditation, the Guild Wars 1 score, like all of them, are fantastic. It's really good. It's a really good soundtrack to listen to. It's fantastic. It's just so good. And I constantly use Guild Wars 1 music in my videos because it's so good. Like even in today's video, there was I want to say like 2 or 3 tracks that I use. There was one track that I actually had a hard time finding today, guys, which is one of my new favorites. It's called Leaving Tarir. You guys haven't listened to that? Oh my god, it's one of those that I don't know if it is in the official soundtrack for Heart of Thorns or not, but You can definitely YouTube it. Oh my god, it's so good. So good. You do tasks in game and get a currency, and then you can spend it on some stuff that the cash shop sells. So you can say, yeah, it's probably the same way, right? It's probably that's probably the way that it's gonna work out. Um, I think that's probably definitely the way that that's gonna go. Which is, I think that's fine. I mean, it's like I don't think there's any one person that has everything in the game, in the store. So even, if they say like we're gonna make the whole gem store available, like pretty much what we're giving you in the Wizard's Vault is like gem store stuff. Uh, there's gonna be there has to be stuff that you don't have in that store yet. I mean, I know there's a shit ton of stuff. So even if they combine the two and say like it's the same stuff that we're releasing for both, I would be okay with that. I think I would be fine with that. Oh, really? That's interesting that you do. So I just read the sound effects are amazing. One of the reasons I like leveling characters in Guild Wars 2 is that you get the mission complete sound every time you level up. That's really cool. That's really funny. I didn't even realize that that's the same sound. But yeah, the sound effects are amazing. I talked about this the other day. If you guys want to hear really cool environmental sounds, go to End of Dragons and just turn off everything. But I want to say it's environmental sounds. Going into, I can probably look real quick. I think it's environmental. Turn everything off but environmental. Going into the Echovald Forest at night specifically. Oh man, there's a lot of like atmosphere. It's really cool. They really know how to build like a really good atmosphere. I know it doesn't compare to the Echovald in Guild Wars 1. Echovald in Guild Wars 1 had like really cool like echoey sounds, and it was very eerie, and it was very scary in a weird way, very unsettling, right? But I think they do a good job. I think they do a good job overall. Oh, well, I mean, I don't know anything about Janthier, but I've kind of created, there was a video that I wanted to make a long time ago, but it's, for me, not feasible because I'm not an artist. I would need someone to actually draw me certain things that I talk about, and in my head, I've been wanting to make this Janthier video, where I wanted to create an expansion speculation, or like concept rather than a speculation, an expansion concept for going to the Isles of Janthier. And I've talked about this many, many times, and I know it's completely not feasible for Arena to do any of this stuff. And do not take any of this like it's just my own headcanon. It's just me taking crazy pills and just going for a ride on the lore train, or on the like world train, or whatever. So let me just take the next like 10 minutes or so to talk about this concept that I have, okay? So the idea is that in this expansion for Isles of Janthier, we, the commander, get a letter or something, whatever. We get some kind of whatever that leads us to go to the Isles of Janthier. Someone is inviting us to go there. And we go there. We go to this abandoned city or whatever, and the only thing we find are seers, okay? And it's really weird because we were like, oh my god, the seers were supposed to be like extinct. Like I said, this concept was like supposed to be from like, this is when End of Dragons came out, so this is when the old model was still on and stuff. But the idea was that you would go there, and the seers would say, "Hey, so we here, we seers, we're the surviving seers. We were held captive in this capital. This is the capital of the Mersat. But because the Mersat have been all defeated, like Lazarus is dead now, right? He was the last one. Or let's just say, like in Guild Wars 1, all the Mersat left the Isles of Janthier to come try to take over Kryta, and they all were killed there, right, by the heroes of Guild Wars 1 during the Battle of Lion's Arch. Um, and oh my god, I'm trying to like get away so I can like just keep talking. I'm just gonna go to this way. Whoa, what just happened? What? Oh, because I teleported. I was like, what the fuck? I teleported through the gate. I was like, why did my map just close? Um, so after the Mersat were killed, the seers that were held captive in the capital of the Isles of Janthier, the capital where the Mersat lived, they freed themselves somehow. They got out, after corrosion or whatever. Like maybe an adventurer came out there, or maybe some random person or whatever, right? And they got out and they took over the city. And they said that they were like, oh, the Mersat are gone, they're destroyed. We're gonna hide out in the city here. And they utilized the magic of the Mersat where they could veil themselves, and they veiled the city, right? And they hid the city from eyes from the outside world, just so they could live in peace and maybe recuperate or maybe build up their civilization again, right? And my idea was to create this expansion where we have a Guild Wars 2 release of us doing that, going there, but also there's a Guild Wars 1 release that has us go to the Isles of Janthier as well, but in that time. And we are actually the ones that free the seers. We're the ones that actually freed the seers. So we're the heroes that freed the seers after the Mersat were killed after the war in Kryta, right? Because we're the ones that like killed the Mersat in the War of Kryta. And then there's an expansion that releases for Guild Wars 1 at the same time as an expansion for Guild Wars 2. And combining them to the point where like we play in the same area of the world 250 years apart, and that you can, like the Hall of Monuments, you could earn rewards from one game for the other game, kind of giving you incentive to like, hey, you play Guild Wars 2, but here's an incentive to play Guild Wars 1. Or saying like, hey, the people that play Guild Wars 1 still, maybe you want to play Guild Wars 2 now. Maybe you want to play a little bit of that. You want to see, you want to earn rewards for that in the second game, and kind of make it interchangeable, like make them connected in that way, where you can earn rewards like the Hall of Monuments. If you do like certain achievements in Guild Wars 2, you unlock something in Guild Wars 1, or if you do certain, like, you get certain title tracks or something in Guild Wars 1, you get something in Guild Wars 2, or vice versa, like things like that, or they could build another Hall of Monuments or something, and it reflects how it looks. And that was kind of the idea that I had, kind of this weird concept where I know it's completely unfeasible. I know no one works on Guild Wars 1 anymore, but it would just be really cool to combine the two games and kind of create this story in time where it's like, oh, the Seers were freed by heroes of the past, but it turns out we were the ones that actually freed the Seers, but we're doing that at the same time. You know what I mean? It would be just really cool to have that. And just kind of, because we know that the Mersat are from somewhere else, and it's probably pretty clear that they are from the Isles of Janthier just because of the Eye of Janthier. And just kind of, it's just having them be from there and like base it off of that. That's all pretty much the concept was. And then I actually went a little bit further and I started thinking about, okay, what about elite specializations, right? And I kind of said, okay, well, now we're dealing with the Seers, so I kind of looked at each class and somehow had them be imbued with like seer magic. And that's where the idea for the Bone Skinner Necromancer pet came from, because I was like, oh, maybe they enhanced some Necromancer's powers so much that they can create like a Bone Skinner out of like lost souls or something, and like that. And there was like other ideas that I had for like like utilizing like seer magic or something like that, Wooden Potatoes almost had every single skin and stuff, but then he got distracted by real life and is behind again. Yeah, I remember he had like this whole thing that he was trying to get, and I know that a ton of people were helping him, like sending him like keys and sending him gems and like whatever, like gold and whatever. They were sending him like all kinds of shit to just get him to that, and he's now way behind on that because he hasn't worked on that in like a long time. Music is always at 0. By default, I was in the atmosphere in games. I love music, but not really. That's very interesting. Zero, the music volume is at zero all the time. I would love another Guild Wars 1 campaign, but I don't think it would ever happen. What do you think about the rumors of the Guild Wars trading card game? That there was like a mobile game that was like, are you talking about the mobile game that they were saying that was being developed at some point in time? I mean, I'm sure that was very feasible, and there's actually someone in the community, and God knows, I'm sorry. Let me go on Discord real quick. Wait, what is? Oh, let me go on Discord. Who was the person? There was someone that. Oh, I feel really bad now. Um. Someone a while ago. Oh, who was it? In someone in the community. Oh, was it Danny? Hold on, let me see real quick. Yeah, so I have a friend, Danny, that he's been a longtime watcher of the channel and stuff, and but he actually has he's working on like a Guild Wars 2 trading card game. It's very interesting. He has like all these concepts that are really cool. It's really cool. He has like all these ideas that he wrote down. I don't want to give it away because I feel like that's like his thing, and I don't want to like just talk about someone else's like ideas or whatever. But he has these. I'm reading through it, and he has like ideas for like every class and stuff. And there's even a picture that he posted about an engineer that he has, where it has like there's a picture of an engineer and it leaves like text underneath it, and then it has the like icon of the engineer at the top, and then there's like something else on the other. But he has this idea, so that's like a really cool. I think it has precedence. Hey Emily, welcome. I think it definitely has precedence. To oh, thank you so much, Valek, for the for saying that it's a cool concept. I mean, it was just like a random thought that I had. It was something that I wanted to make for a long time. But the reason I never made that video is because I would need two specific people to help me out. I would need like someone that could do, or actually no, two people. Someone that could make me concept art of characters as well as like environments, and then a person that could make me like maps, like that kind of. But I'm like, I don't have enough pull in the community. I don't know enough people. I don't know enough about anything, and I kind of just like I'm like, it wasn't feasible and it was not anything. And then they changed the model of how they're doing expansions, and I was like, well, this is never gonna happen now. So I was just it kind of fell to the wayside, and I never made that video. But yeah, the trading card game, I think Guild Wars 2, Guild Wars as a universe, I would love to have some kind of mini game in game that's a card game. You know how like Final Fantasy has that card game that you can play? It's very simple, but it's very cute. I love stuff like that. I love having like a little mini game in game. Like I know we have like Belcher's, like the Belcher's Bluff thing or whatever. That's kind of weird to me though. Like that kind of feels weird to me. I want something that's like tactical, that's something like a card game, or like something like akin to like a chess game or something, something along those lines, where you see like a little board of something and you can like do stuff on it. Like that would be really cool. I would love to see something like that in the game. I'm doing well, thank you. I'm doing very well. Always imagined they would have done that if they ever made a single player remake of the Guild Wars 1 Prophecy stories, or how monuments between Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 1, or Guild Wars 3. Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 3. Yeah, I mean, I think that Guild Wars 1, it's such a shame that, if ArenaNet was Blizzard, Activision Blizzard, God knows we don't ever want that. But I'm saying if they, okay, let's not say what if they were. Let's say what if they had the money, if they had the size, if they had the capacity of what Activision Blizzard has. I think it's such a shame because Guild Wars 1 is such a unique game. There's no game like Guild Wars 1. Guild Wars 1 is completely unique in the way that it plays, that the way that the because even like you could compare Guild Wars 2's build crafting with Guild Wars 1s, but the combat is so different, right? The way that like everything is kind of like squad based, right? And it's like you're always in a party of 8 most of the time, and it's like about like how you structure those 8 people around like fighting these specific other groups of enemies that you kind of it's really unique in the way that it plays. And it's such a shame. I would love to see more. I think there's precedence to really remake Guild Wars 1, or give it a graphics update, or give it an engine update, or give it another expansion and leave it the way that it looks, or whatever. Like hands down, I think there definitely is, because even now, even after all these years, Guild Wars 1 has such a dedicated player base. So do you guys see this? I never noticed how unique this fence is. First of all, it dips down in certain random spots, and then certain head pieces are missing. You see that? That's attention to detail right there, guys. Do you fucking see that right there? There's 2 missing right there. 1 missing, it dips down a little bit. That's detail right there, guys. That's why I love ArenaNet, okay? Right there, right, because this fence has a hole in it. And a dip. That's why I love ArenaNet. Oh, Polymach. Yes, there you go. See, that's a good one. Polymach was so much fun in Guild Wars 1, and I'm like really sad that we didn't get to see it. That's a great example. I didn't even think about that. See, this is why I have you guys. Yes, Polymach. Like, if you guys haven't played Polymach, or don't know what it is, look it up. I'm sure there's videos on YouTube that you can see where people play Polymach. It's pretty much like Pokemon. You have these little figurines that you send out to battle, and it's these monsters in the Guild Wars universe. You know, you can have like a scale or a golem or whatever, blah blah. I don't even remember all the things. You could have like a djinn, I think. You can have like there was like different like wasn't there like a crate too that you could have, or naga or something. And you have them fight, and you have to use them like you use different moves, and it's like turn based, right? And it's like you can use this and you can use this, and it's like it was really good. ESO has a nice card game within the game as well, just added in the previous DLC. Yeah, I love that. Final Fantasy has it. Like, I feel like a lot of major like does World of Warcraft have that too? I think World of Warcraft has something like that. I know they had pet battles. I did enjoy those for a little bit when that came out. I did play that for a little bit. I think that was pretty cute. Um, but yeah, I really like I like a really cool mini game in the game would go a long way. I think that's where Arena completely wasted the casino on. Like the casino had the precedence to really be like the golden saucer from Final Fantasy, where like, okay, this is where you play the fucking mini games. You know, and then we got like we got the Blitz, and the Blitz is like you don't even get good rewards with the Blitz. So it's like, okay, well, you can get the confetti infusion out of it, but, you know, that's not, like, there's no goal to that. You know, there's nothing interesting that you can do with the casino coins. You know, they created this currency, this item in the game, and it doesn't do anything, which is kind of sad. I would love Guild Wars 2 chess. I am a chess enjoyer through and through. Um, I'm pretty terrible at chess. I do like chess, but I'm just really bad at it. So, but anything like I think Polymach is probably the closest thing because we already have that in Guild Wars 1. Really cool to see a return. We do have a location. We have a Polymach arena that was never used. I tried to go up there the other day, guys. You can't get up there. It's really shitty. But I'm hoping that with and don't tell ArenaNet this. I'm hoping that with the updrafts and the ley line gliding and us being able to maybe create those ourselves with the masteries coming with Secrets of the Obscure, that we can actually go high enough above the Polymach arena, guys, and we can kind of look at it. Maybe we can get in there. I don't know. Yeah, I can see Polymach working like wild pet battles. I mean, we have all the minis, right? Wouldn't it be cool if the minis in Guild Wars were used for Polymach? We have hundreds of minis in the game. Wouldn't it be cool if you could use your minis in battle? Like, have little pet battles. Like, look at all these minis. Look at this. Like, they don't even have to create new models. Let me use my little mini longhorn sheep in it. And battle. You know? Let me use my mini Priska. Whoever the fuck that is. I don't even know who that is. My mini Rottweiler. I mean, not that I own any of these. Let's talk about things that I actually own. This mini tiny snowball. Like, Wouldn't that be cool? Being able to like the mini princess doll, using her in battle and having her use like illusion magic and stuff. The mini duckling that we just got recently. Fuck, that would be amazing in battle. Like mini wind rider. I think that's what they should. That's what they should base Polymorph off of. Have us use the minis that already exist in game. Mini key of Adashim, like, fuck, that would be really cool to use that. I think you know that's mini Scruffy. They stopped adding weapons to minis, yeah. But they could still like, I mean, they could change that. They could just, you know, I feel like adding a sword to a model or something isn't that hard of a thing to do. Lodi Mersat. The new mini duck is cute, isn't it? I had to get it. I was like, how do you get this thing? Because everyone was posting about it, and I was like, this, you know, I'm not one of those that jumps on the like train of like, oh, everyone has that, I have to have it. But the duckling, I was like, I really kind of need to have that. I'm gonna need to get that. And I was like, how do I get that? And then I got it like right before the thing was over, close to at least. I don't remember how you get mini Joko. Do I have mini Joko? Well, mini. Yeah, I don't even have it. I don't even know how you acquire him. If Ana was old school Blizzard, that would be great. But yeah, we don't want Ana to be the new Blizzard. I mean, yeah, we definitely don't want. Like, that's the reason. Like, I will tell you guys, I love Diablo, but I haven't bought Diablo. Oh, minis don't appear in World vs. World. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Sad. Um, just because of like, just because of Activision Blizzard and the way that they behave and the way that their CEO is and all those things. Like, I don't want to give them money. I know a ton of people are playing Diablo 4 right now, and I really I have people that are like, come on, play some Diablo 4, get it. And I'm like, I want to get it, but I don't want to give them my fucking money. Like, I'm really like torn. You know what I mean? I don't know if anyone else is feeling the same way, but I'm really like I'm like wanting to press that buy button, but it's like I can't. I do not want to give them my money. They do not deserve it. They treat their people like shit. I feel like they treat their player base like shit. They're just a terrible company. I always said that they should just add an update that makes minis attack the enemies we're attacking. They do 0 damage with just a cute little addition. Well, the problem is that you would have them involved in battle, which means that while I do agree that would be really cool, um, you know, there probably is a way that they could have a word like it doesn't necessarily have to do 0 damage, but maybe they just like act like they're punching, you know, or whatever. Like, you know, you see them like it, you know, I'm just imagining like the mini princess doll like going up to it and like punching him or whatever and just doing the animation of it, but not actually doing damage. Because if you're doing like 0 damage, then that means that they're actually attacking, and then like that means that they're mechanically like involved in battle, and then you know, boon distribution and like all these things start coming into play. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of like weird techie stuff that like could get broken with that idea for sure. There's so many minis lacking all risen, almost all elder dragons can evade forged wardrooms. Well, but that would give them an incentive, right? If we made a mini game out of that, if we made a mini game out of fighting with the minis, then they would be like, you know, they could then like even monetize those, you know, which maybe, yes, that's not the best way to do it, and you know, but I want Arena to make money too, so it's just kind of like, you know, if they're not expensive. I mean, minis are sold on the gem store as is already, so I don't know why I'm saying like monetizing the minis. They're already doing that, but yeah, they would have at least precedence to add some of these popular characters into the story or into the go to talk with Awakened Merchant near Casino. Trust me, that's what I have done that. I have done that, and he has a little. Oh, is that what? Wait, is that where you get the mini from? Wait a minute. I was like, I've talked to him. Okay, hold on. We're interrupting this short story here. Go to him and talk to him. This is a bit of a it's a bit out of scope, but I always... Where am I? Oh, look, I'm in Garenhof. Surprise, surprise! I was recording for the video I released today. I hope you guys enjoyed that video. It wasn't super... Where are we going? We're going next to the casino to the guy. I know exactly which one you're talking about. I hope you guys enjoyed that video. I know that I was like really like I was far out there with a lot of stuff. Like Evenia, I have no idea how Evenia would play into this game at all. Like and into the expansion at all. This guy right here?
Excuse me, sir. Can you
Hello. You buy? What happened to you? Was very composed. I'll praise Joko. You buy statue to praise him? Hello, Joko. Are you from you one of his... Yes, I buy. Oh, that's cool. Okay, I didn't know that. Heck yeah. Let's get them all. Oh, do I have these unlocked? Oh, I do have these unlocked. Well, whatever. I already have these unlocked. Whoopsie. Whatever. Mini awakened. Oops. Well, thanks for that. I'm glad that I was able to figure that out. Okay. And now I wasted. Really? Why do I have to write it down? I hate it. I hate it so much. And awakened is like the dumbest word to write ever. What is it? Archer. Jesus. Like, and I have such a hard time writing because of the microphone. Is like, awaken it. Awaken it, Mumi. Jesus. Stupid. Alright, anyways. Sorry, guys. Okay. This is a bit out of scope, but I always wondered about the portal north of Lion's Head Outcrop in Brisbane Wildlands. I'm not sure if it was ever explained, or maybe I'm just dumb. So there was actually, if you watched my short that I released, where I talked about, I know we're going off of World vs. World here, but we haven't really talked about World vs. World. I talked about Judgment Rock, right? I talked about how there was an underwater map that was planned for down here. Mostly underwater map, or whatever. In that same thread, it was Lindsay Murdoch that talked about it, and actually in that same thread, if you look up that thread, she actually talks about how someone asked about the portal in Brisbane Wildlands, that the exact one that you're talking about, which is the one up here, yeah, right here. You're talking about this portal right there with the broken bridge, and they are working on it or whatever. She says that was supposed to have been like expansion idea. She said something about like she said I think that had something, there was some kind of idea for like an expansion that was supposed to go that way, and that's probably where like the other side, because the other side of Lake Doric was planned as well, guys. There was a early map that was released, or not released, but that was like in the game, in the code of the game or whatever, and people were accidentally portaled to this map at some point, guys. They that could have been part of that. I don't know how far they would have taken that expansion, if they would have taken all that or whatever. I don't know. You're exactly the same about Diablo. Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one. That's very good. Go to Amnoon. Yes, thank you for that. I really, really appreciate it. It looks like it leads to the Bay of Janthir in some way. Yeah, I mean, right? That's kind of where, it kind of leads to up here to the Delta, and then from there to the Isles of Janthir. Why is it so... You see how blurry all that is? Why is it so blurry right now? Yeah, I mean, I feel like, there's also the mystery of, like... Because remember, Malik... Do you guys remember Malik? So Malik, last we saw him, he goes into the tunnel to follow where the waters come from. And and where his pod, because his pod washed up to, like, right down to the end of this cave right here, or whatever. And he follows this track, right? And we talk about Malik, and I know Malik has been forgotten. He was supposed to be in the expansion, and he wasn't. But there's still precedence for him to be in the game. There's some kind of way that they can twist it. Because if our tree could have survived, maybe his tree could have survived as well. So, he follows the waters, which is kind of weird because there's no water that flows here. So it kind of ends here, but there's no tree here. So it's kind of like, okay, well, where does the water come from? Right? Like, does it go underground and then flow come from here? Well, it could have come from here, right? Like, because we have the water that comes from here, and there's water that flows out here and stuff, and flows in here. So there's water that flows into a little cave here and doesn't appear anywhere here. We also have the little. This is where the little outpost is in season 3. The White Mantle outpost is like right north of here, and that is that has water as well with like waterfalls and stuff. I think they like come from right here or whatever. So we could argue perhaps that the pod came from here, and if you take that north, it goes here, which was the Giant's Basin, which was actually like this before. This was all water in Gilbert's one, and then there's a smaller one over here, or this is the smaller one or something. I don't remember, because right in the middle, right in between was Demetra, so it was like here, and then here, and then right in the middle was Demetra. So that's how. So that was the Giant's Basin, and that was the Lesser Giant's Basin or something. But yeah, we could argue that it goes here. Maybe the trees over here, or maybe it's somewhere else. Maybe it's here, right? Maybe the waters connect this way, right? Going through here, going to the this thing, and then going in here, and then flowing down. And it's a little green over here. It has this weird triangle thingy. But you know, I don't know. Yes, yes, yes. What are we saying? Yes, yes. Oh, hold on, hold on, hold on. Like the way custom brawl works. Okay. Okay. Hold on a minute. Wait, where are we going? I'm with you on that. I'm fine with someone else. If someone else wants to buy me the game, but I also don't want anyone to get me Diablo 4 until it's half off during. Yeah, you know, that's probably when I'll get it too. When they like, you know, I'll buy it off of like. Can you get it on Steam? You probably can get it on Steam. Like, get it on Steam, which means that Blizzard doesn't make as much money off of it anyways, because Steam takes some of that money, and then do it during one of the sales where it's like 50% off, so they get even less money. Could use the in combat function. I don't know what we're talking about. With that, I don't know. I'm sure that was relevant to whatever I was talking about like 15 minutes ago. So, if you have done that, you would have it, right? I realize that now. Look at the old exchange: Mordrum's Forged, Awakened, and what we got in Path of Fire. Tengu, Tons of Birds. That's it. You mean End of Dragons? Because we got Forged in Path of Fire. We got Awakened in Path of Fire. I'm a Diablo fan, but not a Blizzard fan anymore. I moved to other ARPGs like Last Epoch. Yeah, I was trying out, what's the other one? What's the MMO one? The ARPG? Can't think of it. I played that a little bit, but I just, you know, you need to be super dedicated. You need to play like 100 hours a week in order to keep up with everything. And I'm like, ugh, I don't want to do it. And it's like, I log in and I just, you know, I can really, really appreciate ArenaNet for not giving me the cluster. Like, I'm so tired of playing other MMOs. You go into an MMO and you have like, you open up the menu and it has like 15 to 30 different like buttons and menus, and then you get all kinds of different rewards here and daily login here and this and that and this and that, and I'm like, I don't know what half of this shit is. I don't know what half of this stuff does. And it's just like, it's like a fucking job. And I get overwhelmed, I get stressed out, I get anxious, and I already have all of those things as it is on a daily basis, and then I'm like, I'm done. I log in, I log immediately off, because it's just such a turn off for me when it's like that. I think it's even more possible we can go to all these places with this new mini expansion format, so I'm more optimistic in that way. Me too, 100%. I think that's something that scared ArenaNet from actually going from actually going to those places, because they were like, well, if we're going to the Isles of Genthier, we have to make 4 fucking maps in the Isles of Genthier. Now they're like, oh, we have to make 3. That's fine. We can make that happen, right? And it's like we have to make 2 for the initial, and then we have like half a year for the second one or third one to come out. You know. Last Epoch is amazing, especially for its price it is. Love that each skill has its own skill tree. I've heard really good things about it. I have never played it myself. So that's what you guys saying yes, yes, yes to. They just came out with a multiplayer. Haven't tried it because no one I know plays. No, Diablo would never be on Steam. Lost Ark, that's the one. I enjoyed that. I'm waiting for the new class release in August. Yeah, Lost Ark, that's the one. I did play that. I did make like videos of it. I played the closed beta of it. I didn't really make videos. Just streamed it, I think. But um, yeah, it was something that I really wanted to get into, and I was very excited for, and it was something that I looked forward to coming for a long time, right? Because there used to be like I think it's like Korean or whatever, and it was just like just out there, and then they did like a I don't know, the people were like waiting for it for a long time, and I was just like really excited when it came out, and then I kind of like I couldn't keep up with it because people were like playing so much, and like I said, I just get overwhelmed. I log in, I get overwhelmed with everything that's on like that's there. I'm like I don't even know what half of this is. My inventory is full of shit that I don't know what any of it does. None of it is explained to me, and I'm like I don't know what the fuck to do with it. And then I log off because I'm like I have no space in my inventory. Bye, I'm leaving. Um, Path of Exile, I used to play a lot as well. Path of Exile, but it's weird because I've been having like weird account issues with it. I've always had it where like if I don't use it for like a year, then they lock it, and then I try to unlock it, but then it's like I apparently don't give them the right information, and then it's like and then my Steam version didn't, was it Steam? Yeah, I think my Steam version of it didn't work. So then I had to like download the separate client, and then it was I don't know. I had like weird issues with it for a long time. And then again, I don't want to play. I'm not, I kind of feel like playing another game, but I don't feel like sitting there for 5 hours trying to figure out how to get into the game, only to be then like be exhausted after having to write emails back and forth and like Google this and Google that and watch videos on YouTube on how to fix these things and blah 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 blah, and then go in and then be overwhelmed by all the things that are happening, and I'm like ugh, and then I want to log off. Like, so I know that like overcoming those hurdles will, after I do that, I'll be able to play the game, but then it's like by that time I don't want to play anymore. Like that happens to me a lot. Like where I'm just like I don't feel like I have ADHD, but it's just kind of like I just feel exhausted after the fact, and then I'm like I just want to go into Guild Wars 2 where I can just log in, I have no problems, I just log in and just play the game. You know? I don't know. New class for Lost Ark, Baldur's Gate 3 official release. Is it Baldur's Gate 3 or is it because you just said Baldur's Gate? Because I know that some was coming out for that, and Secrets of the Obscure. I love it when a lot of things come out. It's really cool when that happens. Didn't End of Dragons have that as well? Didn't End of Dragons have where like other things at the same time are coming out as well? It's really cool. But yeah, I mean, and nothing against any of those games. I just feel like that's my own personal experience with them, and that's not saying anything against those games because I really enjoy Lost Ark as a game. I think it's a super fun game, but and Path of Fire Path of Exile as well, but it's just whoa. It said there was a queue of 9, and apparently that was not true. Apparently not. They must have just left. Okay, weird. There's still a queue, but I got in. But yeah, nonetheless, I mean, it's exciting stuff, and I don't know, Guild Wars has just been, my thing. I've just been absorbed with it for so long, and it's a universe that I really, really enjoy, and I think it's just fun to talk about, so I enjoy the combat, I enjoy the classes, I enjoy the lore, the characters, the story, so, I've kind of just stuck with it. Oh yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, you're right. End of Dragon, because I don't think it was just Final Fantasy. Wasn't like Dragonflight? Didn't like Dragonflight come out shortly after End of Dragons as well? For WoW, wasn't there like, or was it like betas for it or something? Or am I misremembering that? Wasn't that around the same time? I have a cracked theory that Emmy thinks I should start other expansion theories. See you being a new race, maybe? I was thinking for a few reasons. Like a playable race? Or what do you mean? While you guys do that, I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom. So you guys throw out your theories, and uh, I'll be right back. Dragonflight was slightly later, but oh, okay, all right. Uh, oh, playable rays for Sears. So I'm not too knowledgeable about them since I didn't play Guild Wars 1. Trust me, there wasn't a lot about a Sears. Oh my god, I'm just hanging out and the Reds are just. Oh, the Reds just took the castle. That's why they're all rushing there. Um, I'm not super knowledgeable. Well, you know, we didn't get a lot of information about the Sears in Guild Wars 1 either. I think that's why a lot of people are excited because we'll probably finally get some info on them. But I was thinking about the update where you're able to use a weapon regardless. I know that they have forearms, so I thought maybe this change might be to set the stage for some mechanics for four-armed rays. Meaning that they can wield both. Well, what would they be wielding both weapon sets at the same time? Now you're real. Now you're playing like instead of playing keyboard or piano, you're now playing organ. Now you're playing an organ because you have like 15 different like you know how organs have like 17 million rows of like keys that you can press. um, I don't know how feasible that is. I don't know. I don't know if Sears. I think if we're talking about, and again, I'm not trying to shit on anyone's like theory, but for me personally, if I look at it, I feel like if they're adding a playable, if they were gonna add a playable race, they'd probably add something. Because I talk about this, all the time, and I want people to understand that like adding a playable race is probably something that is completely unfeasible for the size that ArenaNet is. Because if you look into the skins that we have in the game, right? They would have to make all of these skins, all of these thousands of skins. There's probably like 100,000 skins in the game. They have to make them fit. not just the weapons, but the armors. They have to make them fit onto this race, right? And it's like it is so unfeasible for them. Outfits have to fit. You know, the outfits, there's a lot of details to outfits. You know what I mean? Like those things have to like be put into the game. So I think it's if it's something that they would do, they would probably do something that's like either like a humanoid race or like something that has a skeleton of something that already exists so that they don't have to necessarily bend the thing there. But ArenaNet has a system, and let me talk about playable race for a second. ArenaNet has a system in place that can essentially replace the playable race thing. Okay, which one is that? Well, it's their combat tonics. I know that making a playable race is probably not feasible, but they need to lean heavier into their combat tonics. Give me a combat tonic that looks like a Tengu. Give me a combat tonic that looks like a Seer, right? That way, I feel like I'm playing that race. I can play as that race. Yes, maybe I can't do fashion. Maybe we do have like quote unquote playable Koden by having combat tonics. Like I think that's the next best solution, honestly. And I maybe even have combat tonics that you can change fashion on. Maybe have combat tonics that like you have different models of Tengu, like different combat tonics that are different, like 3 4 different like Tengu models that you can take into battle or something. I think that's the closest thing we'll ever see to another playable race, honestly. um what are your thoughts on this possible main villain-esque being that we see in the Soto trailer? I'm such a fan of all the demons restricted and now the introduction of multiple houses of demons. I pretty much in the videos have talked about those. I don't think it's Mingus, or my hope. I know that McLean Deemer talked about Mingus, uh, and I know everyone wants Mingus to be in the story. I've talked about it ad nauseum now, where I want Mingus to be in a God-focused expansion. Um, Even if it is Mingus, I don't think we see Mingus. Like, I think Mingus is whoever. If it is Mingus, it's whoever's laughing, whoever's within the rift, maybe whose ever eye that is we see in the rift, like looking through, like, hello, I see you guys in there, or out there, or whatever, right? um but it's like I think what we're looking at is some kind of high powered demon that's going to be like the next Deimos or Kanaxai. He's one of them as well. He's one of these like high ranking demons. He's the scythe of House Mosin or whatever, right? Because we know about House Mosin. Like maybe he is the equivalent to Kanaxai or whatever, right? I don't think he's the big bad of that. He might be the big bad of the expansion, but I don't think he is one of the leading people of I think he is like still a subordinate to whoever is within the rift, because the way the dynamic is in the trailer, and you hear the laugh track in the background, it sounds like this creature. Because if the creature was facing us, towards us, like if the creature was looking at us, I would 100% say that that's the big bad of the expansion, and that is who's laughing. But the creature is facing into the rift, meaning that they're looking at someone else within the rift. They clearly came out of the rift because that's where they're from, right? They're from the demon realm. So why would they be looking into the rift, like standing in front of it? Because they're awaiting orders, or they're hearing their master, or they're hearing whoever is in charge of them talk to them, and that's who we're hearing laugh, right? Someone is talking to them through the rift, and that's why we're kind of looking from that perspective where we see him from behind. I think it's like telling us that yes, this is like the lieutenant of like someone else, but like the big baddie is actually within the rift, and we actually don't see him. We just see like probably the big bad that we do fight, but he's not the leading guy. I think that's my opinion. Oh my god, you guys have so much to say, and I love it. I love all of it. Also, when you were mentioning that people thought they were extinct, I thought that maybe they were all just in the tower, either asleep or something, and their personal stories would start with this expansion. Okay, yeah. Like I mean, I could see that like being having the so if we go with this crackpot theory of like the Sears or playable race or whatever, right? Um, could could the Skywatch Archipelago be like their hometown, right? They're like like every race has their own little town or whatever. That could be 100%, right? That could 100% be like their place if they were a playable race. Like that would be their place of origin or whatever. Um, that could definitely be like I could totally see that if we go that route. Think my deal on if I ever had a new add a new race, it could be a combination of a new and new class. It would easily remove heavy, medium, light armor issues and elite specializations. WoW brought pandas out, so I figured why not. Well, that's very true. That was like totally left field. I remember how everyone was like pandas, and it was right around the time that Kung Fu Panda came out. So everyone has like kind of had panda on their mind because it was like Kung Fu Panda. And Kung Fu Panda did like pretty well. And I think I like Kung Fu Panda, but it was like everyone had it on their mind, and all of a sudden they're like, "Wow!" Was like, "Yes, write that down, put that in the next expansion," and then they released that, and everyone was like, "Pandas, really? Like that's so weird." Um, so you're not wrong. Again, they can take this expansion or future expansions in any way they want to, you know. Well, they don't put a lot of into making the char outfits fit. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. There's a lot, and see, but that's exactly what I'm talking about, though. There's a lot of like clipping issues that we have with like the outfits and the armor and all that stuff already on Char. So if you have a floaty four-armed race, just imagine the amount of clippage you would have, like making those things fit, right? That's exactly where you need to go with that thought process. Like is that feasible for ArenaNet to do? That seems a little iffy, right? So I see how red is like gaining more and more on the bar here. They're like taking over right now. Stretch out textures. That too. That shaman theorized Tengu can definitely be possible because it's gonna be a launch race for Guilds too. It was gonna be a launch range, and then they almost have an update not only during um Hybrid Char Norn armor rig to retrofit existing armors. Yeah, so the Tengu, and that's the thing. I think if there is ever a playable race that we will see, the most plausible one is Tengu, hands down. Just because we do have new models, we do have animations for them, and like you guys said, they use the same skeleton as the Char, so there was like they were trying to make different things fit, and stuff like that, and they were supposed to be released. They have in the world of Tyria, they have their own hometown that's next to a 1 to 15 area. So it's definitely like, you know, that is the most plausible one. I think hands down that we could ever see is like Tengu. Because I think that's probably the least amount of effort for ArenaNet to do, and it's the most feasible one for them to do. The cryptos look very similar to the Stygian demons. Maybe whoever is the big bad of the expansion, they took control of the Stygian veil to create the cryptos. I mean, not like yes, I agree with that, but I like take it even a thought further, right? We talk about how the Titans gave the searing cauldron to the flame cast of the Char, right, to cause the searing and stuff. Well, what if the like the magic and the technology or whatever was needed in the Stygian Veil was given to the Titans or Abaddon or whatever by other demons that we don't know of from the like in the back, like they gave them the knowledge to create this, to make this happen or whatever in the realm of torment or something like that, where they're like, oh, you can create these demons with this, ta-da, this is how you do it, right? It's like that would originate like, oh, we've seen this before, but that's because they were the ones that originally gave that to them, right? Be kind of cool. My guy. Hi, chicken. How are you doing? I saw you were. I don't know if you were streaming or not, but I saw you were on Discord with a bunch of people. Look very. I felt both ways on it though. Like you said, Tower may be their home place, but it was like that would be a lot of work. Yeah, I mean, I just think that like having seer involvement would be really cool. I see that there's passion here. I think where the theory stems from is like having a four-armed race kind of comes from. While I do like that, I just think that like with the way that the armors work and the outfits work, I think that's just not feasible, which is sad to say, right? Um, but yeah, I mean, if that ever happens, I think I would be blown away. I think I would be very impressed. I was thinking that maybe their story is they wake up from sometime sleep or something, so Sylvari and the dream or something. Yeah, that would. I mean, it's like that would be kind of cool, right? Having the seers like, oh, they weren't extinct; they were just like in the tower. That's who was in the tower. Like this is who Iskarin is. Iskarin is a seer. Like we don't know who he is, right? So it would be running kind of cool because they talk about oh he's a grand wizard, but it's like no one has ever seen him. So putting a twist of like oh yeah he's the seers and it's actually like a bunch of seers in there. Like it's not just one guy. And they woke up and then that's why they left. Fortnite, feel free to stop by and hang out if you ever see us just talking. We miss you. I'm sorry. I know. I suck as a friend. I'm a terrible person. Because I never come by and say hi. I I have no excuse. I could come up with like a bunch of excuses. I have no excuse. I suck. So hopefully, if I think the thing is, I never think of it because I'm such a narcissist that I don't think about that. That like, hey, oh, they're doing something. Maybe I can join them. But I don't play Fortnite either, so it's just kind of like, but I would love to just hang out and talk. I love talking with you guys. So it sucks, but yeah, I do miss you guys too because you guys are such a fun group to hang out with. So. Playable race I always thought would be interesting to fit. Newborn Sylvari idea was the anomalies from season 2 become their own race. Easy humanoid race. Oh man, but that would kind of defeat the purpose of them being like the like anomalies though, because you start dressing them, so that's like you can't see that they are anomalies. You know what I mean? Like that kind of would suck. Would they fit the Tengu in though? Felt like End of Dragons hands down was like the expansion. That's why everyone was talking about like playable. That's why I made right before End of Dragons came out, I made a history of the Tengu video. I just watched that video today, by the way, guys. Where I took the text, the history of the Tengu from the wiki page, and I made a video about it. Because I was like, oh, the Tengu are going to be important, and maybe they're going to be a playable race, right? So it was like a lot of that was just kind of like I was really hoping for it too. I know it wasn't like on the table at that point, but I was like, deep down there was this hope where I'm like, oh, maybe they're gonna surprise us like what they did with the Griffin, where they don't tell us, and all of a sudden it's in the expansion or something, you know. So there was definitely because Tengu are so involved in the story, but there's still precedence because I talked about this last stream. So or one of the last streams that we had, and you guys are just like messaging, like I'm like, oh, hold on, guys, I'm trying to. So, and I kind of have to get out of here. Let's go here. So there is still precedence for the Tengu to appear, because of something that I talked about last time. So the Tengu, right? We know about the Tengu that like are Mori village is like the Kestrel and stuff, and that's like kind of where the Tengu live mostly. But we also know about the Tengu that live here. So if you actually go to this the Alpine camp or whatever, they will actually talk about how they came from these islands. When the Ministry of Purity in Guild Wars 1, they kind of started going around killing all the things, killing everything that wasn't human. The Tengu from Saitama, from the ship from Shinji Island, actually went to these islands over here. That's what they talk about. They talk about to the islands to the west, I think is what they talk about. So I would guess it would have to be these right here. So if we maybe see, because remember, guys, we might not be done with Kantha. There's still a lot of different things. Like the Purists are hiding out in the mountain. They're hiding out in Sanqua Peak. We do know that there's stuff going on in Drowned Kaineng as well. There's like some interesting weird stuff going on. We do know that the female wardens were protecting something in the Ekavald Forest. Kirin Peak, clearly like they made so much detail. There's Arena had some kind of idea. We got the Great Turtle Highlands. Like there's definitely precedence for us to come back for a mini expansion. We could always come back for a mini expansion and do like one map here, and like one map here or something, and have this as like the hub, or like have this be one map, or and that be the hub, and that could be the the Tengu hub here. But at the same time, because we're releasing the expansion, we're gonna give you Domain of the Wids as well, where this is where the expansion starts. You start here in the thing, and then you go back down to Kantha, where they're like, oh, the people from the islands west of Xingji need our help, and we're traveling here, and help us, and whatever, and then this is where you come for the expansion or something. But they give us the playable race of Tengu. Right, there's like still precedence for that. I think they didn't block it off completely, which is nice. Okay, absolute worst is all I just read as I scrolled, which is really sad. Tengu, they can always take the lazy route and give us Largos. Yeah, underwater Sylvari. I don't know. The Largos have some interesting the houses of the Tetia's houses, and you know, whatever is underneath the ocean. I think there's still there's one video that I'm working on, or gonna be working on. I haven't done any work on it, but is gonna be talking about. I've already made a video about an underwater expansion, but I wanted to do like an actual scripted one, a new one with like updated stuff or whatever. But like that's a video I want to talk about. I want to talk about all the underwater stuff. The Quaggan, the royal capital of the Quaggan and the royal family. Like I said, Malagan a little bit. I want to talk about the crate. I want to talk about, you know, and their obelisks and stuff. I want to talk about the Largos and their houses and where they come from, and you know, we can talk about the Leviathans, whatever Suan held back in the depth. Like, there's a lot of fun stuff that we can talk about when it comes to that. Here's my theory, and that means that Largos could be in that expansion, potentially be, you know, a playable race. But we do have the Largos back piece, so I don't know if that's something that we can really do. I don't know. Here's my theory: Jin and Sears are the same. Like, Jin are just reborn or some crap. Well, the problem with that is that the problem with that is that Jin existed beside the Seers in Guild Wars 1. Although they did look different. But since we are kind of like, because they've taken the same Jins from Guild Wars 1 and just slapping a new model on them and saying like, that's the same one, right? It's like, oh, okay. So it's kind of like iffy on that, because they like existed side by side in the Guild Wars 1 universe, and then now they're like, oh, Seers are extinct, but hey, the Jin are the Seers. Like, that would be kind of retconning really deeply. I think Seers are their own thing. I think ArenaNet is gonna expand. Like, I'm like 80% sure that ArenaNet is gonna use like what we see in that concept art is a Seer, and I think they're gonna give us some Seer stuff this expansion. I don't know why I have that feeling, but another humanoid race would be an undead race, easily done with the Awakened. 1 out of 10. At least I got 1 point out of 10 as a person, so that's pretty cool. Let's plan a hangout night. True, been always wanted to Mario Kart. Didn't Mario Kart I just saw, that was one of the things I looked at in the bathroom. Mish King, I'll reply to that in a, oh, it is interesting. That's all you said. Okay, I just saw your message on there. I always appreciate you guys commenting and stuff. And thank you for all the like the subscribers and stuff I've been getting. It's been wild. Over the last like 2 weeks, I've gotten like 200 subscribers, which is like insane to me. So thank you guys so much for that. I really, 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 really appreciate that. It's been fantastic. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so Mario Kart released like a trailer, I think, for the new booster pass. I don't know when that's coming out. So if anyone can watch that trailer and tell me if these look good and if when it's coming out, that'd be great, because I'm gonna do that after the stream. But yeah, we could definitely do that. New tracks soon. That's right. You could tell them it's just like you can tell a Sylvari is a Sylvari. Well, that's true too, I guess. That's true too. Thanks for entertaining the thought, though. I know it's a long shot, but also, I mean, it's just fun to theorize, and that's what we're here for. You know what I mean? It's taking these ideas and these things that we want to happen. You know, one thing that really is amazing right here is these floaty little things that are popping up. I really love this. This is making me feel very homey. This makes me feel like I want to just hang out here. These floaty little like magical bubbles or whatever the fuck is going on here. It's really, I don't know why. I just keep looking at that. I'm like, that's so like calming to me. July 4th, 12th? July 12th? That's like in 3 days. Oh, shit. I mean, I think it would bring totally a lot of hype. If they were to do a new playable race, even if they were to like Skrit or Quaggan, like people would fucking go ape shit, okay? Like people would go nuts for that. And Savaria are humanoid. If you think about Tengu have also been a glider feature from Heart of Thorns with their wings. Wouldn't that be cool? If they were the only race that didn't use gliders, but they just had, like, depending on which glider you have equipped, they would have a different effect behind their wings as they glide down. There you go. Good point about the Tengu. Didn't think of that. Like I said, there's different ways that they could, like, twist it. You know what I mean? I'd also love something with the Battle Isles and Zaishin. That could be a mini expansion of some sort. Definitely. I think it would be really cool. How would people... So how would you guys feel if they did a PvP mini expansion? Where they gave us one map in the overworld. Just one map. The Battle Isles here. But they gave us, like... But the majority of the stuff that we get is, like, PvP. This is, like, the new PvP hub or something. Like, this will be the new place for PvP or something you go, like, or maybe a second hub or something for that. And it's just, like, the whole expansion is focused on, like, PvP. I don't know how people would feel about that. While I don't play PvP, I want PvP to succeed because I do know that, like, it is a game mode and I want all the game modes to do really well, so I don't know. I don't know how far I can take that thought. That's literally where I stopped. It was just, like, it was just brain vomit, like, just... whatever thought I had about that just came out. So, what are you guys doing this Friday night? I'm working, as per usual. So I won't be home until like, well, depends. Maybe 11 o'clock-ish. That's my problem. I always have terrible like scheduling issues because I work at night. Is planning something this Friday. We usually have something on Thursday and Friday. Depends on when though, because we usually don't start until 10:30. Tell them to be more lame and not do anything on Friday. I'd definitely be down for a PvP expansion. I think PvP players deserve it. Hands down, I think they do. I know that PvP can be very toxic and stuff like that, but I think there needs to be update to the game mode. It's a game mode that's in the game, and I think it's something that people... You know, I think with the new model, the new cadence release, I think there's, again, more precedence for that, where they can widen the scope of the things that they release. For a PvE expansion, but I'd use the Battle Eyes for a PvP rule set guild hall with a bunch of different sized arenas. See, that's an interesting thought. I like that. That's really cool. For a PvP expansion, I'd use the Battle Eyes for PvP rule set guild hall. That would be really cool, having this be like this. Yeah, that's kind of a neat idea, having that with like a bunch of different arenas and stuff that you can do with PvP rule sets. Kind of like giving people an incentive to get into PvP by having like a PvE area, like in the overworld of the PvE, something that's like PvP related. I like that. Capture the flag. Yeah, I don't do much care for PvP, but yeah, me too. I think you know, it's just for the longevity of the game and for the, you know, it's something where it's like you can really like... Is there like a... Oh, I hear... I think I can hear the torch up there. I'm like, I hear this like weird flickering sound, and it's like kind of annoying. I was like, I don't know what that is, but yeah, I think it deserves it. I mean, there's not much thought behind that, other than that. It'll probably be more of the Wizard's Vault edition. Depends on what we get out of it, right? Because the only PvP I've liked. Well, you know, I only did PvP up until I get the legendary back piece, and then I quit. But I do see the appeal of it. I do see why people play it. I do see why people want it to succeed. I do see why people like playing it. It's just not for me. You know, I'm more of a, as you guys know, I'm more of a lore guy. I'm more of a like, let's hang out and talk. Like PvP isn't like that. So, PvP only get balance patches. They haven't gotten anything in years. Yeah, I mean the last map was the Path of Fire map, right? That they added the Jin's Dominion or whatever it's called. That's the last time they got a map. Like, it's fucking crazy. Is that the last one? Am I misremembering that? Spart. Hi, Spart. Welcome. Wait, have you been here? Oh, you have been here. I'm sorry. Welcome, everyone. Hello, everyone that's here. I love exploration, jumping puzzles, and lore. I do too. I do too. As a PvE era, I've loved PvP because some leak over into PvE and create cool new interactions with skills. Yeah, I can agree with that. I feel like last time PvP got anything were the 2v2 and 3v3 deathmatch seasons. Yeah, probably. I think that probably was. And then, you know, balance patches, but it's different. I love X-Men, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, you know, it's just the only reason I'm doing World vs. World right now, guys, for example, is because of legendary armor. But like I said, so I don't know, not everyone was here early on, but I did say that I'm only gonna go for one more piece because I'm gonna probably go for the PvE armor after that. But I've already done like 50% of getting another piece. Oh, now we're at 33. Okay. I've already done 50% of getting another piece, so I'm gonna get another piece of legendary armor from World vs. World. And then when Secrets of the Obscure comes out, I'm gonna see how the PvE legendary armor is because I'll probably go for that. But you know, I love Stronghold. I love Stronghold, and every like once a year or so, I'll try to go in there and try to do a match, and of course, it turns into a fucking disaster. But I think it's just, you know, it just needs updates. It's, you know, ArenaNet kind of had these like giant scopes on a lot of things, especially with Heart of Thorns, because it was the introduction to a lot of different things like the mastery system and the and you know the elite specializations and like stuff like that. And Stronghold just hasn't seen an update. If they were to update, if they were to concentrate more on that stuff, that could be a good game mode. And I think you know, things like capture the flag and stuff, like those things are like cool things that we could have in game. You know, I would really, really, really enjoy stuff like that. I would love to see more game modes. uh you know, I would probably PvP more if there was more options to do different things. You know, I really, I mean, that would be me. I don't know how other people feel, but that would, like, I would be more incentivized to go back and do some PvP once in a while, you know. But I have my legendary back piece and I'm like, like there's nothing there for me, you know. So but yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just getting some maps would be nice. I love that outfit. That's a cool outfit. I didn't I see her on stream the other day? Wasn't there someone that looked like her? I always love looking at people's fashion because I feel like everyone's so much better at fashion than I am. Not this guy. I don't know what happened there. That's like a complete disaster. That is the most random pieces of armor equipped to a person ever. They don't even match. It's a rave. Look at the skin color change too. It changes so more dramatically from the side. Look at that. Look at that skin color change. That's wild. It's fucking wild. Hello. See, I love that armor set in Sylvari. He should really color those blue though, because they go along with these, and they do glow at night. I didn't mean to do that. Are you in EU? You guys can always meet up with me. I don't care. I mean, not like I do anything fun. I just stand around for most of the time and talk. Hall of Heroes. There's just a lot of different things they can do. You know, it's like they have the mists, right, which they leave so open ended to the point where they can do anything with it, right? And it's oh man, there's just so many different things they could do with it. Like I know Guild versus Guild, like that's that would be really cool. Like we have some really cool guild halls, you know. Wouldn't it be really cool if you had like a war between two guilds, like 500 v 500 on like a map? I mean, I know that that's probably completely not possible to do, but like, just imagine that. Like, you have a guild that's invading your guild hall, and you have to defeat them, right? And you're like in your guild hall, and you have to defend, and you can maybe like in this mode like build siege and stuff like that. So you have to like defend, and oh man, there's like a lot of stuff they can do with it. But I'm not on EU, so you are on EU, is what you're saying. Because I'm a North America service. I'm hungry. But yeah, I so some you guys earlier asked me about like which expansion I would love to see, and I said like a God expansion. The other one, another one I would really love to see is really an underwater focused one. I would love to see an underwater focused one where we get like a rehaul of the like underwater combat, and like I've talked about the trade lines and stuff. So for those of you that don't know, I've been putting this idea out. Like I've talked about this like crazy, but I want there to be one template. Jesus, tablet template slot over here that's just for underwater, so that when we go underwater, that template loads. Because mind you, I don't know if you guys have ever noticed, but when you come out of the water, the game loads a template. I don't know if you guys have ever noticed that. And when that first appeared, in my mind, I was like, oh, they're working on underwater templates because they're working on a system that loads underwater. But I think it just talks about like these right here, maybe, where it loads this setup up here rather than the aquatic one that you have. So, but wouldn't it be cool if you had a template that only loads when you're in underwater, and then you get a core specialization here, and that's just for underwater, right? And it's your underwater line, and you can have that like anywhere in any of these slots, and it deals with like underwater combat, and you can have that in your template, and that template loads whenever you go underwater. So you can have your underwater trade line on your underwater template, and it activates, and that's how they can balance around underwater, so that every class has one trade line that deals with underwater. So if they're trying to, if one class is lacking underwater, or some of the skills are lacking underwater, or whatever, right? A weapon for them lacks underwater, they can balance it by having like good traits for them underwater or something, I don't know. I want modes where guilds and solo can queue together. A 10v10 with a Rothi Basin like arena. 10v10 capture the flag. 10v10 and 25-25 large arena for GVG. Sorry, I'm eating, and I don't want to like talk when I'm eating. I just think that ArenaNet needs to, because they're always the type. So, ArenaNet is the type of company that, while they try to innovate, they also try to build systems in place in the game that make it easier for them to do certain things, right? They always talk about that, how they implement new systems to make it easier to release content or do certain things, right? And I think giving themselves this underwater template, and doing underwater trade lines specifically, like that would set the precedence for making it easier to balance those things, where you don't have to use core trade lines, right? Like we don't have to have our great sword and spears. I don't know where it is. It's not on here, but great sword and spear or whatever are like together. You know what I mean? Like you don't have to group them together. You can have them be separate entities, and just have them, work differently. And like, just because I'm increasing my power with my greatsword doesn't mean I want that for my spear. Maybe I want like more precision with my spear, right? And like that would make more sense. I don't know, I'm just throwing out something random, but it would just be like easier for them to do that. Listen, I have all faith in the world for ArenaNet to be able to balance. Do they choose to do a shitty job at it sometimes? Yes, they do. But, you know, I don't know. Because the ArenaNet loves to do the, like, one step forward, two steps back kind of thing. And then they do, like, two steps forward, one step back. And eventually they slowly start moving forward. It's like a crawl speed that they do their balance at. Oh, it's my favorite underwater weapon, hands down. And I hope that the way that the trident for the Revenant, the trident, I'm hoping that the scepter kind of works the same way, where you like summon these orbs that you shoot out. And I hope that, because I think, and I talked about this a lot, where the trident, I think the trident is the best weapon for the Revenant in the game because of how versatile it is. Because every legend that the Revenant has, like, depending on which legend you're in, it does different things, and that gives it this incredible versatility, where like even a power weapon can become a condi weapon, right? And I think, in my personal opinion, as unique how the as unique as the Revenant is, I think every weapon for the Revenant should do that, depending on which uh, depending on which legend I channel, every weapon should do something different. I think that every weapon in the Shiro legend should inflict vulnerability. That's what they usually do or whatever. Like, base it off of that, right? Where like Jalis would be like weakness or something. You know what I mean? Like, where depending on what you channel, the weapons do some difference. That's what I would look to do. I mean, you're probably not wrong. I mean, they definitely gave themselves a lot of work to make balance work properly. Um, but the way that like relics work, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's probably much harder for them to do all that. I don't know. We'll have to see. Again, I would hate to like say like, oh fuck this, they don't know what they're doing. Like I kind of want to see where they go with it. Right now, balance is a little bit of a mess, and I know the last update kind of didn't leave people in high spirits on how all of that works. But I have hopes that they're playing like towards a larger goal. I'm trying to be optimistic, okay? Yeah, I don't think we'll ever see that happen. I don't think we'll ever see them adding every elite specialization to every because well, I'm not gonna say too much, but I do have a video series that I'm working on. The initial video, it's the dual classing that I've talked about. So the dual classing video is a series I'm working on. So if you guys want to hear my thoughts on elite specializations and the like, you can watch that video, and I am working on the next ones for that. So It's the fastest way to partner program. What makes you think I want to be partner? I actually had a conversation with my sister about that the other day, who, by the way, is currently playing through the story. She's in Galadel, so that's pretty cool. Good for her. I've been wanting her to play through that story for years now, and she finally is doing it. I mean, not that Galadel story is good or anything, but the first part was okay, but after that, it kind of goes downhill. But yeah, I just talked about that. I'm like, I just think I just think that again, I don't want to shit talk ArenaNet. I don't, but apparently, as I'm saying, I don't want to crap all over them. I'm crapping all over them. It's really a shitty thing to do, and it makes me a terrible person. But I think their partner program is like one of the weakest partner programs, from what I can tell at least, and I don't see much benefit to it. To be quite honest, I don't see that much benefit to it, so it's not something that I'm really wanting. Would I be opposed to it? Absolutely not, but it's not something where I'm like, oh my god, I need to be partner, or I want to be partner, or whatever. Like, I'm gonna be making videos, whether or not they enjoy my stuff, whether or not they watch it, whether or not they know I exist. I, quite frankly, couldn't care less. It's like, I feel like, I don't know, is there prestige in being an ArenaNet partner? I mean, I feel like there probably is. I mean, people probably know more often who you are and are more inclined to watch your videos, so there probably is some kind of incentive there, right? Like, people will always watch your stuff more than they watch mine, but since you don't make any stuff, you know, you don't release any. I mean, you make stuff, but you don't release anything. You just you finish it halfway and then you just delete it all. You know. What do other partner? Well, I don't know. See, that's the thing. I don't know too well how other programs, how other companies do partner programs, but it feels like they use their partners a lot more, right? I feel like there's a lot more promotion when it comes to, like, I don't know, different things. Like, I've talked about this with you so many times where, like, I think they're like their Twitch streams, for example, that they do. For every Twitch stream, yes, I get that you want to have developers, but what about having one of your partners on that stream with you? Like, like I don't know. I feel like that would be one way to kind of promote that as well. You know, like that would drive the partners to advertise those. Like, that's just one thought that I have. Like, what, it's easy, it doesn't cost any money, it's boom there, like, right, that then kind of like on the launcher, I've talked about this again, another one, like, have your partners that are streaming something or that are making videos or something, have them be featured on the launcher. A lot of games do that, where they have like their Twitch page or something of the game like on there. Like, why can't you have your partners on there? You know what I mean? It's kind of like, oh, this person, whatever, like there's a video here, or this person's live right now on Twitch, or whatever. Have that on the launcher. Kind of incentivize people to go check those people out, right? I don't know. There's little things that they can do like that, where I feel like they don't utilize their partners enough. But again, I don't know. I don't own a company. I don't know how this works. I don't know. I'm just throwing out random fucking ideas, and I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. So take it with like a giant scoop of salt. It's not deleted. So is it still on the table? No one knows who I am, and we have got partners. But do you see where I'm coming from with that, though? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, they don't utilize their partners enough. They don't like, they need to use their partners to promote their partners, right? If like, they don't use them enough. Like, the last time we talked about it, like, yes, recently you did the Madrina's coffee thing, right? Which was cool. Like, I missed it. I'm sad I had to work that day and stuff like that. But you know, and it's not just about those cross promotions or whatever, but like, I feel like when is the last time that they have used your name or your video or mentioned you or tweeted at you or you done whatever with you. Like, I feel like, again, I don't know because I'm not in charge of your social media. I don't know, but I feel like it must have been a long time. And it's like, I'm not saying they need to do daily posts about their content creators or their partners, whatever. Like, they don't need to do that. But I'm saying, like, there's different avenues that they can take where they cross promote their partners who then will promote their game for them. You know what I mean? Like, that's just, I don't know. I get frustrated with it because I'm like, I have these ideas and I'm like, it's like, just listen to what I have to say. No, but it's just, oh, thank you so much for subscribing. Oh my god, I did not even, wow, I was like way out of it. Thank you, Miguel. I appreciate that. I was like way into my talk here. I have a folder called Graveyard, send Necromancer please, and all my abandoned projects get moved to that. So they are still existing, but that folder must be full. That must be chock full. That's like a pile of dead bodies. Like, I'm so mean. No, I just want you to like fucking give me a video, dude. Like release something. I want to see something. An old ass MMO I used to play 20 years by now, and it's still going on. Swamp Community still has on their main page people that they partner with that promote the game within the game by holding events. And that's the thing, right? We have in-game events that are happening that are sponsored by ArenaNet, but does ArenaNet like advertise these things? You don't see them on the launch. I think the launcher is one of the most underutilized things ever. Do you guys ever, when you log into the game, do you ever stop to read what's on the thing? No, because nothing ever changes on there. The little bits that they like update are like, oh yeah, we announced Secrets of the Obscure. Okay, well you're posting the same video that you've posted on all the other things. You're not giving us anything new on there. It's stuff that we've already seen. It's uninteresting. No one cares. No one stops to read that. No one stops to look at it. Like it's like utilize your launcher, like the launcher, the littlest fucking thing that probably takes no effort to update, to put something on. Use that. Do something with it. You know. Get in Discord. Yeah, it's accurate. Are we really gonna go in Discord right now? Alright guys, we're going to Discord. We're gonna talk to Chicken. We're gonna go to talk to my friend Chicken Noodle. If you guys haven't checked out Chicken Noodle, hold on. I can do shout out, I think. Hold on, let me see if I can do it. I don't know if that works. Does it work? Nope. I had a oh, yes it does. Never mind, it does work. It was a slight delay. Hold on, I'm going in Discord. We can discuss this. Apparently we're gonna discuss we're gonna discuss the partner program now, guys. Oh god. You're already waiting. I gotta see if my stuff is working. I don't even know. Hello?
Oh, Raleigh.
Don't start. Don't start like that. Don't even.
Raleigh. My friend.
What?
So,
Don't scold me either. You sound
there's a
like a
little bit of a
dad.
logistical issue that I think you might be missing.
Okay.
When things get put
Oh, you're talking about your graveyard?
huh?
You talking about your graveyard right now?
No,
Oh,
not
okay.
that. Like, I mean, the graveyard's gonna forever stay a graveyard. I'm afraid. The unfortunate thing is, it's always gonna be a graveyard.
So
No, but
funny.
about the partner stuff, right? So
Yeah.
can't talk too much about it. However,
Right.
there's there are the perks of if I were to make a tweet or something like that, I could just say, "Hey, signal boost us," right?
Right.
And they like retweet it and stuff like that. So that kind of stuff helps. And occasionally they do make tweets about different creators doing different things within the community. However, it isn't that common. Normally, when they send out tweets for us, it's like so you know how the artists have a day where they can jump on the official channel and do art things.
Yes.
uh the others like Teapot and everybody else, right? Like we can get on the official channel once a week too. We just have to schedule it, and then they'll tweet about that, letting the community know that, hey, we're on the official channel. But you got to remember, like, the people who benefit mostly from that are going to be the smaller people like me, because if Teapots or you know Muckluck or anybody like that, if they're on the official channel, then they're not getting subs and they're not getting money and they're not building their own channel.
Right.
Right. So for me, it's good because I get the
Right.
visibility. But for a lot of the people in the program, they're way bigger and
Yeah.
they don't need the official channel. So I think that's one of the reasons you don't see them promoting a lot of the people, because a lot of the people just don't take advantage of that perk. There's
Yeah,
only
but
a
but
handful of us who
but
will stream on the official channel.
yeah, but like but you know, you yourself are saying that you're like, no one knows who I am, and there's people that are even smaller than me, right? So
Yeah, yeah.
wouldn't it be beneficial to everyone involved if they like kind of press that a little bit to get these people onto those to do those streams on their channel? You know what I mean?
They they do. They do.
Oh,
It's just up to us to
I
take
mean,
advantage of it.
again,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
I
yeah.
said, I don't know how that technically works, so yeah. So
Yeah,
I
no, like they have a very good system set up for us if we wanted to take advantage of it. It's just not many
right,
people are taking advantage of it. The other, so when we're talking about the size of the partners, the other thing that you have to they don't ever tell us what we can and can't do. They don't tell us to do certain types of content. So if Teapot, you know how like he always does these big community events and
right,
stuff like that,
yeah,
that's because that's his brain juice and his effort and time putting in all that work to go
right,
to make that happen. And ArenaNet just kind of goes along. Nobody ever says like, "Hey, Teapot," or "Hey, who, Muckluck, I want you to do this thing." That just doesn't happen.
yeah,
So I think part of the problem isn't so much that they. I don't think ArenaNet's not willing to help. I think they are. It's just the community isn't putting in the effort to actually create that type of content.
okay. Well, that makes sense too.
Because it's a shit ton of work, right?
Right.
Like it's
Oh,
a
of
lot
course
of
it
work
is.
to
Yeah,
put some of
definitely,
that stuff on.
definitely. Yeah.
So, what else? What was the other? Oh, and then the other thing about the launcher,
Yes.
there's a localization problem that happens. So the launcher is in several different languages. So
Right.
whenever they make posts, the posts have to target a specific language. It doesn't make sense to put my content on the German
Oh,
launcher,
I see. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
right?
Okay.
So whenever you start making all those different types of and then the launcher, it really just kind of whenever they make a blog post, the launcher just shows whatever that blog post is. So
Right.
they have so they would have to create like a whole bunch of different posts to kind of like talk about these different things that these different communities are doing, and sometimes they do that, right? Like if Teapot does a thing, or if one of the French or German fan pages do a thing, if they're holding a contest or whatever, then those launchers might have a blog post that shows that type of content. But again,
Right.
it's there's a lot of work that goes into that, so we don't see it that often. For them promoting our videos, it's I think I shared with you once that ArenaNet did make a blog post about one of my videos, but
Yes.
before that blog post ever went live, they translated it into a bunch of different languages.
Hmm. Okay.
And I don't think it performed very well.
Really
Like
interesting.
when I looked at my analytics
Yeah.
to see um with my English audience, right, it did well. But for the effort, I think that ArenaNet took to actually translate the video into French and German and all these other languages, it I saw like minimal engagement from any of those other communities.
Right. Well, it's
So
because it's
I
not in
think
their
there's just a
language, so it's your video is not in their language, so they,
but it
you
was
know.
captioned in their
Oh,
language.
was it caption? Okay. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. So
Huh.
that's what happened is they ended up captioning. Um, it was the one where I was like talking about my mom at the beginning of the video, right? Like
Which
that
one?
video was translated. It was captioned in French, German, Spanish,
Hmm.
English, and then something else. But those international communities, I saw like no real benefit to it, and I'm guessing that they didn't see much of an uptick in game sales or anything like that either.
Right.
So yeah, so I
Yeah. I
mean,
don't
there's a
know.
lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot there.
I mean, with the launcher, I feel like that's, maybe that's something where they can do. Again, I don't know. I'm not a programmer, so I don't know. But if they could do it where, because they have partners from other countries and languages and stuff like that. So have
Yes.
just have the English speaking partners, like whenever they post something, that's only visible to the English speaking people. and have,
Right.
if a German guy does something that only is visible to the German people or something. I don't know, I
So, a-
go
and
ahead.
I think there's one other piece of this. They have to think about uh, brand risk. Okay, so think about my stream on a Tuesday night,
Okay.
right? It goes off the rails. Me and my degenerate friends are in there talking about the most degenerate stuff. You know what I mean? So imagine if my stream was on the launcher and then people started clicking on that link and the family friendly Guild Wars 2 now jumps over to, I mean, you've been on my friggin' stream
No, yeah,
before
no,
where
I
we were
know, I
talking about
know, I
degenerate
know.
stuff, right? Like,
I mean, yeah, I get that too, but I mean, I feel like because, that's like a platform thing though, because like when you go to Twitch, like on my Twitch channel, you have to like accept that you are of age, like in order to watch my channel. You know what I
yeah, I
mean?
forget to do that.
So, I mean, so it's like that could be something where it's like, okay, well, those once they click on that, they have to accept that anyways, otherwise they can't even see it. So they would have to be on of age, and then it's like, okay, well, they're old enough to hear those things, so that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, but it's just, I don't know. I just feel like and again, I don't know how other games do it, but I just feel like when I think of other MMOs or other like life service games like that, I feel like I just see more involvement from the makers with their partners, or whatever
Right.
they have. Like I just feel like I see more of that, and I think
We
that go ahead.
go ahead. No, no, no. I didn't
I,
mean to
I was
interrupt
just
you.
gonna say, like, it's just that I think maybe people aren't so receptive to it because it doesn't happen that often. You know what I mean? I feel like once they like because they only do those things once in a while, and I know it's a lot of work to translate those things, and I know that that's like a big thing for them. That's probably the big hurdle between those things,
It's
for those things.
expensive.
Yeah, probably. Oh, I'm sure it is. But it's I just think that, like, if they were to do it more often, then people were more inclined, like people were looking for those things more often, maybe. It's maybe that people aren't looking for those things, that's why they get overlooked, because they don't happen that often. You know what I mean? Like it only happens once in a while, so people are just like, oh, whatever. But if this happened like on a monthly basis, people would be like, oh yeah, I'm looking forward to this. Like I said, the streams that they do, right, on the guild chat or whatever they call that, right, the
Yeah.
streams that they used to
Yep.
do, like I said, it would be really cool to have partners be in there so that the partners can drive, like people like Mukluk, for example. Like you said, he is not dependent on the Guild Wars channel, right? So it would be kind of cool to have him go to his people and say, hey guys, I'm going to be on the like guild chat thing or whatever, and then drive all those people that he has to the guild chat um stream and stuff like that. I don't know, just giving more like this like connectivity between the two things and
But see, I think
visibility.
that's I don't you think that's kind of like economically not a good move on Muckluck's part? Because you got to remember, if he's streaming, then people can sub to him on his stream. You can't sub to Muckluck if he's on Guild Chat.
Well, no, but I'm just saying, like, because uh he's bringing in the people that have already subbed. I mean, he streams every single
Yeah,
day, right? So he
true,
already
true.
has his own the stuff that he builds. But I'm saying, like, this is the partner helping out the company rather than the other way around. I'm not, this wouldn't be to necessarily help Mukluk, but this would be like, well, it gives maybe him visibility of people that follow the Guild Wars chat, and they're like, oh, maybe I'll check out his stuff because he's this guy and he's really interesting and I haven't watched his stuff. But he also brings in people that maybe don't regularly watch Guild Chat or something. You know what I mean? Like I feel like there's some kind of precedence for that, or you know I think even more so for the little people. I mean, if I was a partner and they would be like, hey, do you want to come into our stream? Like, yeah, okay, well, people aren't going to necessarily sub to me, but, they would promote my stuff on the stream. they would have a bot that says, "Hey, check out a Raleigh's page or whatever," right? And I'd probably get a bunch
Yeah.
of followers or subscribers or whatever, people watching
Yep.
my stuff.
When I did the Madrina stream the other day, so they don't. I mean, I could probably. So you got to remember the bot and everything. Like somebody has to go in and configure that. So
Right, right,
they
right.
normally like a bunch of us partners are modded on the official channel.
Okay.
So normally what'll happen is if somebody is streaming, I'll just go in there while I'm working or whatever, and I'll have something typed up in text pad. And every so often, I'll go ahead and I'll answer a question, or I'll just paste a thing saying, like, hey, if you like this guy, here's the links to their socials, right? So
Mm-hmm.
like each of us mod each other and kind of promote it that way. So Arena that doesn't really have to get involved.
Okay, that's cool.
Um, but
So
yeah,
it's
like I mean, when I did the Madrina stream, I think I ended up getting 80 or so followers to my stream.
Yeah, I mean that's not
Yeah.
giant numbers or anything, but it's growth, and if I feel like and
I mean,
I
it was 1/8 of what I have.
yeah, I mean I think that's pretty good. And you also got to think that, that cross promotion probably wasn't the best, because we're talking about like, you know, it's a coffee company. Like, they don't have much, but I feel like there's like other ways that they could have things like that where that could see growth for some of the smaller people. Because you talk about like that there's even smaller people on the partner program. I don't even know all the people. I know there's a list out that you can look at where all the people on the partner program. I don't even know, but I feel like there's people out there that are partnered with ArenaNet that have like no visibility, and it'd just be kind of cool to have them. Like, I'm sure a bunch of them would be okay to go on a Friday afternoon, before their own stream and hang out on their stream for a little bit. You know what I mean? And just kind of
Yeah.
talk and give their opinions, because it's kind of cool. Because I think one thing that kind of makes the guild chat specifically like a little stale is because you just see the one side of like the developers, right? But you don't get the other side of like how a player would react to that, you know? Like that's something that I feel like I miss a little bit. Like I kind of want to see the interaction between the developers and the player base a little bit on stream. It would be really cool to see that a little bit. How like they would be like, oh, we're announcing this and this, and then like whoever's there is like, oh wow, okay, that's really cool. That looks awesome. Like and I'm sure they touch on subjects that maybe other like developers wouldn't touch on. Things that they would ask that maybe they can't answer, but it's something to kind of just like make the developers think of like, oh yeah, okay, that's what they're curious about. This is what the player base wants to know about or something. I
Yeah.
think I don't know. I'm a type of person that I feel like there's like a lot of like cross promotion between the like partners and ArenaNet that they could do. And I guess yes, technically the language thing is like a big barrier. And money, of course, because ArenaNet is not a huge company, and so I get that
Well,
too.
that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Like the guild chats are actually expensive to produce. I mean, it sounds like it's just turning on the camera, right? But behind the camera, there's people who are, I mean, there's people who are operating all the cameras. There's people who are
Right,
operating the scenes, and then you have to pay the developers and stuff like that to sit on camera for however many hours, taking them away from doing the productive jobs that they
right.
would normally do, right? So like I mean, there's a lot of hidden costs that add up.
Mm-hmm.
Now I know there have been some partners who have been on guild chat type things, right? Like Rook and Jebro and a handful of others. Um, I mean, maybe I don't know. Like, I mean, I've got a good enough relationship with people like at ArenaNet. Like, I mean, I could probably say, "Hey, can you stop by my stream at some point if you get a minute, and can we talk about a thing?" And I mean, maybe they would do that. But the thing is, a lot of the partners aren't just doing that again. Remember, like we have to kind of create our own content and then they promote
Right,
it. And the times where Grouch and stuff like that has stopped by Teapot stream, that was orchestrated by Teapot,
right, right, right,
right?
right,
And I
right.
don't have the motivation or care to go ahead and make it happen for me, right?
Yeah,
Because I just don't think I'd be interesting enough to have that conversation with anybody. So,
yeah. Well, I don't
shrugs.
know. I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, I also think that like I don't know if you do like the deep dive into like some of the some of the stuff that other people do, like because your streams are more chill, kind of like hanging out and kind of just chatting and doing whatever. So but some people have like streams that like go really deep into like some of the some of the things, like technical things and like build making and whatever, right? Where it would be like, oh,
Yep.
okay, well, it would be interesting to get some developer input to these things. You know what I mean? So
Yep.
it kind of actually calls for that more. But I mean, yeah, so I guess it's more on the partners too to kind of make more of those things happen. But that's why I
Yep.
feel like a lot of the something that I've noticed as a trend over the last couple of years when it comes to the content that's being created for Guild Wars 2 is that 90% of them are build build crafting videos and gold making videos
How
and
to make money?
that
Yeah.
that stuff. I mean, it's really, and it's like I see so much rehash stuff where I see people posting videos where I'm like, wait a minute, didn't this other guy a year ago make the exact same video? And yeah, lo and behold, I go onto this other content creator and he has exactly the same video talking about the exact same thing from a year ago, and it's like, why are we rehashing stuff that someone else has already talked about just to, I don't know, are they trying to just build off of other people's views or something? I mean, it's kind of
I
a
mean,
shame.
we're all independent, right? Like, I
Right,
mean, could somebody say, um, I mean, not that I agree with this, right? Because I think when it comes to lore, like you and Astro Legend are like my two favorites when it comes to like lore stuff, right?
right,
Um, but could somebody say, like, well, somebody talked about this stuff before Raleigh did it. Why is like? I think the thing is, there's a lot of content out there, whether it's what we enjoy or not, and not everybody's consuming everybody's content, so you probably don't even know that half the crap is out there,
right. Well,
right?
that's
Like
true. Yeah,
if you were going to make a video, if I'm going to go make a video, I'm not going to go see what other people do. And in fact, I actually try not to consume a lot of other people's content that I know kind of make stuff in the same area that I like doing. Kind of like back when I was doing guide or videos explaining systems of the game and stuff like that. Because I don't ever want to give the impression that I was just copying somebody else. So I avoid content by certain people.
right,
I
right.
have no idea what they're doing.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. It's
I
just
mean, yeah.
I just want there to be. I don't know. It's really much. It just comes from the I want the game to do well and just because I feel like there is really I don't know. It's such a good game and it has so much to offer for to people that I just wanted to be out there more and get people involved. And people are Preach, for example, is one that recently came into the scene, right? And everyone is now recommending to watch his stuff. But I'm like, but he's not like a Guild Wars person. Like he's just recently stepped into that streaming scene, into that scene of making content for Guild Wars 2. So it's kind of like I'm like, there's other people out there that have stuff that's probably more well researched or whatever.
Yeah, and the thing is, like so I've watched Preach's streams
Yeah.
most mornings, right?
Okay.
Because like he's streaming when I'm waking up, and I like first thing I do when I wake up, I turn off my alarm and I turn on Twitch, and while I'm brushing my teeth and stuff, I have him up because what I enjoy is watching his new player perspective as he's going through all the content.
Right.
I don't get that. Right, I can never play anything in this game and know exactly what it's like to experience it for the first time because
Right.
I've got 10 years of experience with this
Yeah.
damn game,
Yeah.
right? But he doesn't. So seeing, and he takes weeks worth of content and breaks it down into a 20-minute video. So there's a lot that the video never even shows. But I like seeing, the stumbling points that he encounters, and when he finds bugs or something, I let Arena know.
Yeah.
Hey, this happened. This is weird. Look into that, right? And
Right.
so,
Yeah. I mean,
anyways, I don't want to. I don't want to. I feel like I killed your stream, man. Like your view count has
oh,
gone
it's
down
okay.
since
It's
I've been
fine. I
hanging out
don't,
with you.
I don't ever cared about those things. So I'm like,
Well, I
people that
do
are, why do you care? Tell me.
because I think you are one of the hardest friggin' working content creators in this community.
That's
And
very
I
sweet.
think you deserve an immense amount of success. And for the people who are still here watching, if you haven't yet hit that subscribe button, please hit the subscribe button. Also, there's a little bell. Make sure you hit that so you're notified whenever O'Reilly posts new content. He makes really good shorts, he makes really good lore videos. Also, go find him on Twitter, and he even has a Twitch channel, but he doesn't really stream there anymore. So go follow that as well, guys. O'Reilly is the greatest.
Uh,
I mean, listen,
you're,
I'm even going to
you're
say it.
so nice. What?
I'm going to say it.
No, don't say it. I know
I'm,
exactly where you're gonna go. Okay, just say it.
I personally think you're better than Wooden Potatoes.
Oh, there it is. I knew it. I'm
All right, bye,
really,
guys.
really. No, you're just saying that now. I don't know. Did you watch his? I didn't watch. I watched part of his newest video. I haven't watched it, but um, I don't know. I mean, it's crazy because oh, he left. Did he disconnect or did he just leave? I don't know what just happened, guys. I'm gonna stay in here because I don't know. I don't know if he meant to leave immediately because I feel like we're in the middle of the conversation. But anyways, that was my friend Chicken New. He's one of the partners, guys. He's one of the partners, and it's kind of nice to get some insight on how the partner program works a little bit. Obviously, he can't talk in depth about all the different things, right? So, but that was like, I don't know if he like was just like, I think I killed your stream. Bye. So, oh, did you? Oh, I didn't hear. I'm sorry. I was talking right in the middle of it. But well, I don't know if you're just saying that. I don't know, it feels like people just that's how I always am. Like people just say like, "Oh, you're better than this person," or "I enjoy you more" because they just want to be nice to me or something. I appreciate it nonetheless. And it's nice to get some insight, right? It's nice to get some info on some of that stuff. So I appreciate you coming by and give us some insight on that stuff. Totally meant to leave. Okay, well that's fine. Um, See, but yeah, so we kind of have that issue of like, I think something that we kind of talked a little bit about, but like the content creation that is out on YouTube, right? When I Google just Guild Wars on YouTube, right? The majority of things that come up are like build videos, right? That's what people follow. People are so like tunnel visioning on build videos and gold making videos because they see this as like the second job where they have to perform really well, and the only thing that matters is like how much gold they can make or their build is the best or whatever, you know. And it's really up to the community and to the content creators as well to kind of bring the other side out and just kind of say like, and kind of like there's other stuff out there, right? Because we talk about doing research, but it's like if that content that's being made by smaller people is not visible to the people that are on YouTube, right? Then it's like, to this new players or whatever, then they're never come across it, right? So it's like I think it's really like a matter of the community promoting those things as well. I know that a bunch of people shared my video because I can see that on the metrics, on the analytics or whatever. That a bunch of people shared my first lore video, which is like amazing, which I think is like the first time that anyone has ever really shared my video like that. Which is fantastic. I mean, I really and think that that's the best way to do it. I'm not saying like, hey, my content is so awesome, you all need to share it, but I'm saying if you want to get people interested in other content and like specifically lore and stuff, make sure that they know that those videos are out there, right? Because we do know that the launcher, we kind of heard about this now, how there's like technicality problems and money problems because it costs money to translate all that stuff and yada yada yada. So it's like, make sure that you share that content that you watch with people. I think that's a very important thing as well. When you're on Twitter and you see those things being posted, retweet those things, right? It's important, like, to talk about it in your Discord channels. Like, we're all part of some kind of Discord community, right? It's like, I think it's an important part there as well that the content creators get the boost from the community as well, where it's like, yeah, you can consume this stuff, but also share it with your friends and say, hey, I saw this really cool video by Raleigh where he talked about lore and he talked about like interesting things in the thing, and I know you haven't played Guild Wars 1 yet, so maybe you can get some really cool information about Guild Wars 1 without having to play it, and It's only a 20-minute video. Like, that's not too long of a video. You know, I don't sit there and talk about it for an hour. Like, I know that that Wooden Potatoes' videos are really interesting, and he kind of gets on these, like, long ranty videos or whatever where he just talks about those things for an hour. But some people don't have an hour. You know, they just want to watch, like, a short little thing or whatever. What world are you in again? Oh, I'm in Blackgate. Can I don't know why. I'm a Coden. Jesus. All the buttons are wrong. I'm in Blackgate. Soma's Castle. Go protect Soma's Castle. But, why does it say welcome to the stream? Did someone say hello? It didn't pop up on my... Bye, guys. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I think there's other content out there, guys. And it's about promoting those. You know, I think it's an important part. One thing that I've thought about, and I don't know. So how do you guys feel about this? So we have a shit ton of websites, right? We have Meta Battle, we have Snow Crows, we have like Guild Wars 2 Legacy, we have like all these different websites. How would people feel if there was a website other than the wiki where we do lore? Like, how do people feel about that? Where we post videos exclusively about lore, where we make lore posts, even pseudo lore posts, anything that has to do with lore. Like, we have a website that's just for that, and we can make it like, you know, again, I don't know, I'm throwing this out. Obviously, I don't know how to make a fucking website, so you know, I would need help by everyone else to make that. But like, you know, where you can go in and you can find like really cool, like, you know, the wiki has, you know, stuff on like different races and stuff, but it would be cool to just like click on Sylvari, the name Sylvari, and you just get like a short little breakdown with some cool pictures or something. And it's not, you know, though I know the wiki is there, but I know wiki is always used for like finding the small little details or finding out what you need to, you know, what materials do I need to make this legendary weapon, or you know, the Guild Wars timer is on there, stuff like that. Like, stuff like that wouldn't be on the website. Like, how would people feel about that? Like, giving another portal towards the lore side of things. I don't know how people feel about that. Who are we paired with? We're paired with Devona's Rest once again. This is like the 4th week in a row that we're paired with them. Beside the other one. I don't know. That was like one thought that I had. I don't think, Chicken, I don't think people left my stream because you were there. I think people left because it's late. I think usually around midnight a lot of people leave, so don't feel bad. It wasn't you. I enjoy having you. I enjoy talking with you, because you always have like a different perspective than me, which is good. Then I get out of my own ass, like get out of my own like weird headcanon that I build. It's nice to have a balancing force. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how people would feel about that. And then you could share those posts. You know, if there's a new post made on the website for whatever lore, like, hey, we're getting seers, right? In Secrets of the Obscure. So then we have like a cool post about this, the seers that we add onto the website or something. And we have some. I don't know. I don't know. I just literally talking out of my ass. There it is. I'm the stream killer? No, you're not. Shut up. Shut up. Your streams are more popular than mine still. So, and I really appreciate you saying that I'm one of the hardest working, like, people. I mean, I do put a lot of fucking effort into my videos, but it's very nice to hear that someone else say that. So that's very kind of you to say. Ooh, am I gonna get stuff here? I feel like I haven't looked at my inventory like at all. I have so much mithril, guys. It's insane. Oh, I didn't get anything for that. Lame. Lame. I don't know. I don't know how feasible that is. I just think that it's really up to the community to share more of these things, right? And I'm not saying share my stuff. Like, there's other stuff, like the Crichton Herald. Like, the stuff that she makes, oh, man. It's so good. Right, Astral makes really good stuff. Like his posts on Twitter are always like, I always look for those posts on Twitter too. Like, I wake up and I'm like scrolling through Twitter. I'm like, oh, You know, and usually I'll stop after I read, like, once I scroll through and I find Astral's post of the day or whatever, right? And it's like, I'm like, oh, okay, like there it is. I read it and then I'm usually done. Like that's like my way. Um, Sweet Williams as well. Can I do it? I don't want to do a shout out outside of the. Oh, are they in there? Are we buffing because they're in here? Wait, what's happening? We don't have a door. Why are we buffing where there's no door? Should have buffed right here. Hello. I think his name is Sweet Williams. Is that correct? I don't even know. I don't even know what his name is. I think it's Sweet Williams. He made a video about the Secrets of the Obscure lore as well, and that was really good. That was a really short video. It was about demons, actually specifically, and he made it was like a 6-minute video or something. It was very good as well. It was a lot of good info on that as well, and he has like a very he has a very nice voice. I was like, oh well, hello there. It's like I could listen to you all day, sir. I love people with like a really nice, like smooth, like a little bit of raspiness to it, you know? It's like, oh man, that's good. It's like I could listen to that all day. So yeah, check him out as well. I don't know, there's like it's just let's aim to shoot let's aim to shoot the lore of Guild Wars 2 above all the other garbage that we have for Guild Wars. No, because people work on those videos as well really hard, you know, but it's about promoting the Guild Wars content. You know, it's our job as a community to elevate those creations that people have made to the next level and get more people from WoW and get more people from ESO. I see another name just pop back up in chat. Chicken is
Just wanted to kind of give you my deep, raspier voice. I hope
did you
sent to bed with good thoughts.
did you watch that video that I was talking about? Do you know who I'm talking about? Oh, he left again. God damn it. He's so dumb. Stop leaving randomly.
What did you want? I heard you ask a question.
No, I was just gonna say, did you watch the video I was talking about?
Which video? I watched your lore videos.
No. I was talking about
wooden potatoes.
the deep voice video that I was talking about.
Oh no! I have no idea what
Okay.
you're talking about.
Yeah, okay, because it was really good, and he has a very deep voice. It was very surprising. I was like, oh, so.
All right, buddy. Anyway,
All right.
I'm gonna go to bed. Have a good night.
Okay,
Man.
have a good night. Let me see if I can find. No, not quote. Chicken quoted my tweet. No. 7 likes. This is what I'm looking. Hold on, guys. Can I just... Jesus Christ. This can't be reached. Wait. This is my phone being stupid. Hold on. YouTube. Yes! There we go. This is what I'm looking for. Sweetest Will, guys. It's Sweetest Will. And he just released a video a day ago. Make sure you go check that video out, guys. It's very good. He has a very good voice. If you're looking for someone with a really good voice. Here it goes. Oh. It's a 6-minute video, guys, talking about demons. Let's see if that works. I don't know why there's such a delay. Is there no delay? Are they like looking up as... There it is. Let me make sure that that's the correct... What? Why is it? It's pulling up my... It's literally pulling up my... I don't know why it's doing that, guys. It's pulling up my shit. I don't know why it's doing that. Let me just find him. I'm just gonna post a link. I don't know why the fuck my bot is fucking dumb, okay? I'm just gonna say it right now. What the fuck? can't I find it? What the hell? YouTube, why are you being so stupid? Oh, that's this one. Channel. There we go. My good God. Even typing in his name, I couldn't find it. Holy shit. I don't know why that didn't work. Here you guys go. This is a good video. I'm sorry. Earlier, I guess instead of doing chickens, and I'm gonna do chicken noodles, which as well. I'm just gonna do my own. I'm gonna do my own moderation here. Yeah, there we go. So check out those two. Make sure you follow those and subscribe to those. Yeah, but Sweet as well. He made a good video about that. So it's nice to have another person in the world of lore. You know, it's just I think there's not enough lore people out there, and I do know that. Yeah. And I think that's one of the reasons why Wooden Potatoes was so huge, because he was like the only one that did deep dives for the longest time. Yes, there was like little people here and there that did it, but he was the only one that did like really deep dives, that did the connections between Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2, things like that, you know. But I think that's coming more to the forefront with people like the Crichton Herald and so on and so forth. I think there's like more of that happening now. I'm gonna go another 20 minutes, guys. We're gonna go to 1 a.m. I don't have to get up early. I thought I would have to get up early. I have the tree guys coming out, but unfortunately he came by today and said he can't do it tomorrow, so I get to sleep in tomorrow. Oh, really? Well, that's good though. Like I said, make sure you promote those. I mean, I know you comment on their stuff and stuff like that, but like I said, I'm just really gonna aim towards promotion of different things. Because you know, if ArenaNet is really in that bind of like money slash technicalities slash like, you know, the other issues that they kind of run into, like maybe we can elevate those people. So let's elevate those people through the roof. Because so here's the thing, and I talked about this the other day. I was very 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 disappointed in the Guild Wars community, because the other day someone was on Reddit and they said I want to find an alternative to chicken, or why do I keep saying chicken noodle? It's not chicken. It's Wooden Potatoes. I want to find an alternative to Wooden Potatoes and stuff, just because he hasn't been posting a lot and he like blah blah whatever their issues was with it. I don't really care. Oh, I did my dailies. Yay. And nothing against those people and their content that they create, but like the only like out of the list, so he made an edit and wrote down, and I don't know if you guys are on the subreddit or not, but he made a list of all the people that have been suggested through all the threads, and I kind of read through the whole fucking thing because of course I was looking for my own name. But the people that were there that were suggested, like, it was like 10 names. I want to say eight of those people don't even do lore stuff. So why is the Guild Wars community suggesting people that are not even making lore content to someone that's looking clearly for lore content? Because that's exclusively what Wooden Potatoes does, is lore content. He doesn't do anything else. You know, so it's like, why are we recommending people like Muckluck who make like state of the game videos and like all kinds of other things? You know, I mean, he makes other videos. Like, I feel like there's some kind of disconnect where people are not understanding like there is other content out there. You know what I mean? Like, we just have to kind of promote that and get that out there. You know. Wooden Potatoes, you, Crichton Herald. I like Crew as well, and I'll check Chicken. Chicken has like more instructional stuff where he talks about different systems, and he talks about like he has like a bunch of different things where he talks about like the festivals and things like that. Yeah, systems and mechanics and stuff like that. Oh, God. Sorry, I'm trying to focus on this battle so I don't freaking die, so I can get some loot. Ashley, get up! Sorry, I'll And I think that's what you'd be perfect for, Chicken. I think for like explaining the game and stuff, I think you'd be perfect for that. I would love to see more of those things. Even though like I understand the game, you know, but it's just kind of nice to just sit there and be like listen to it. I don't know. Like sometimes I watch like random videos of like stuff that I already know, just because I'm like, I like the take that someone else has on it or something. That's so look at all this stuff in my inventory. What is inventory management? All right, well, have a good evening, Mish King. Thank you so much for coming by. Appreciate all the support and all the good things. I will probably be doing more Guild Wars on Tuesday. I'm thinking about maybe doing Guild Wars 1. I don't know how people feel about that, but it's in my head. We'll see. Tomorrow we're gonna do Xenoblade Chronicles again. I want to get through that. It's actually getting really good now, so I'm like trying to get through some of that. But yeah, thank you so much. Have a good night, Chicken. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. But yeah, I mean, I know everyone's kind of leaving, and we are leaving in like 15 minutes anyways. Um, but yeah, I don't know. If you guys have any ideas or anything on how to promote, if you guys have any like, cause I don't know, I don't know this shit. So I'm sure there's people out there that have some really good ideas. And I wouldn't be opposed to hearing them. I mean, if you know a good way to, it'd be really cool to have different events in game. Like what would be a cool, oh, that is not where the door is. The door is on the other side. Oh, the bounce patch, and then I think about a month and 4 days from there. Yeah. Yep. Follow up balance patch, and we're getting close, guys. The release is around the corner. I'm thinking like what would be a cool event to make in game that could promote like other content other than, I don't know, it could promote content. I don't know. I know one thing that always draws in people are the tea time, Mighty Pot's tea time. Like that always brings in people, and obviously I will never be on those, but I was thinking something like that. Again, I don't have any poll. I don't know. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just here. I'm just making videos, guys. I'm just here hanging out with you guys, having a good time. From there, it's all up to God. I'm gonna put that in here. I have all these in the bank. I have those in the bank. These suck still. They increased the drop rate, but I haven't seen anything better drop from those. Yeah, it's exciting. I'm very excited. I'm gonna do a 3-day streaming event for that. I don't know if I'm gonna do giveaways or something. Damn it. Damn it? What are we dammiting? What, were you trying to sneak into this into the chat again? I would love for you to show me an idea that you had. How would you do that? Ooh, thesis. Condition damage. Okay, that's fine. I love how you're like running back to the thing. Sure. Uh, yeah, that's fine. You can do that. I'm gonna just go back to the outpost here, to the waypoint. I would love to see it. You had an idea. Love to see ideas. I want people to be creative. It's all about being creative, guys. Creative outlet. Whatever it is, it's never too stupid. Just let it out, guys. Let it out. Let it out. There you go. I sang you guys a song to go to bed to. Okay, where are we doing this? Are you doing that on yours or? I'll just wait. I'll just wait, guys. I hate the waypoint sound. Ugh, stuff of nightmares, that shit. Let me change it, Arena, please. Please, Arena, I need to change it. Alright, we're checking out YouTube. We're checking out how my video's doing. My general chat. Coming. Hello.
Hello, Arali.
Hi, again.
All right. So now this is something I'm going to be doing a video on at some point. Okay. So I'm
Are
giving
you
a
sure
tiny
about
peek.
that? Are you sure about that?
Listen, man. Listen.
Oh god, why is it
Don't
not?
give me shit, bro.
Alright, hold on. I gotta watch. Okay, there you go. Okay.
All right. So the idea kind of goes along with what you were thinking,
Okay.
but it's to introduce an in-game calendar that not only ArenaNet can use to promote things to the community in-game,
Okay.
but guilds can also use to put events for their guilds.
Okay.
All right, so you can see my screen, yeah?
Yes.
All right, buddy, check this out.
Hold on, I gotta.
There'd be a little calendar icon in the top left corner somewhere,
Okay.
and you would be able to see all the upcoming events, right?
Okay.
So some of the events would be sponsored by ArenaNet. Some of them would be sponsored by guilds. You'd be able to show, filter out things. So maybe you're part of a guild and you're like, I don't want to see what this guild does. Uncheck it. Maybe you only care about certain types of content. So you check those types of things, and only that type of content would show up on your list.
I see that. Yeah, okay.
Right? Pretty good idea
Interesting.
so far?
I love it. So far it's great.
Yeah.
This
Right?
is like really good, yeah.
So
Details, okay.
if you were to click on, now there's two different types of events, right? Like an ArenaNet event would have pictures and other kinds of things that you could put into the event with links that go to browsers. And
Yeah,
stuff like
right.
that. But guild events wouldn't be able to do that. So guild events would just have like
A text or whatever,
right?
yeah, okay.
Right, that way you can't have links. But then you would also have a little attendance widget, right? So you could see in your guild who's actually interested in attending an event,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, I love. So far, this is like really awesome. I'm like in love with this right now.
Now, if you look over here on this list, down at the bottom, you can see all the icons, right? Showing you, like this is a guild event, right? So it's
Yes.
sponsored by guild number 3. So you could see the level of participation.
Right.
ArenaNet in this idea, ArenaNet wouldn't have that ability, because last thing you want is ArenaNet be like, hey, we're having this really cool thing. And then like nobody goes.
Right.
Everybody puts X, right? That would be a bad look.
Yeah.
So then, if you're here, if you're looking at a guild event, you can view the attendance roster with the link, and it would show you who's attending, who's tentative, who's not attending.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. I love it. See, you put so much thought into these things. But I'm just like, man, this is so well thought out.
Yeah, I know. This is this is what I do at work, right? Like I have to come up with like these presentations.
Yeah. Right.
There'd be new roles, right? Like
Okay.
yes.
Yes.
Can edit any events, can remove any events.
Okay.
And then there would be a new calendar thing in the guild menu.
Okay.
Where if you click on it, you could just see all the.
Did you make that icon? That's cute. The little calendar icon.
Yeah, I made that.
That's cute. I love it. Okay. Yeah, so and then you have the list, and then you can click on them, and they can edit those, add them. Yeah,
Yeah, and then
okay.
there's an add new guild event button, and you click on that, and you get this form in the window that you can fill out, and you can say this is available for certain types of guild roles. Here's the location. This is the organizer. This is when it starts and ends, and this is the category. It's a raid, right? You have all that stuff.
This is really cool. Yeah.
Wouldn't that be neat? So it's like
I
you log in and you're like, man, what's going on? Right? You
yeah,
just
no,
click
this
on
is
one thing and
great.
you see everything that all your guilds are doing
Yeah,
in one spot.
I think that would be fantastic. And it's like, and you would know when new content is coming up, and you would know when, like, ArenaNet is doing something, or someone, whatever is yeah, no, this is great. I love that. I
Right? So you see like Guild Wars 2 Twitch, sponsored by ArenaNet. Join a legendary ArenaNet partner duo, Katakemi and Paul Stack,
right.
right? So ArenaNet could post like when patches go live, when they're doing their art shows.
Yeah, no,
When
and
they're
this is
doing
exactly what I
release,
was talking about with the browser, but now you're doing that with, this.
putting it right in the game, and then letting guilds manage it too. That's the
Right.
other big thing.
Yeah. And have them do their own little calendar stuff on there. Because, of course, ArenaNet isn't always going to do stuff, so sometimes there's not going to be, anything in there for ArenaNet, because maybe they don't have anything big planned, or it's going to be a while out before. So it's nice to have, the ability, like, hey, we're going to do, while they're not doing anything, we're going to put some events in there that we can do.
Yeah.
That would be so
Fashion,
cool.
like guild missions, raids, strike missions, fractals, PvP, world versus world, hero point mastery trains, fashion contest, role playing, other, right? Like just
yes.
all the different categories. Put it right there. This is what's going on in Guild Wars 2.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be really nice. And that would like integrate the like whole the that would give you more incentive of actually being part of a guild too. And a guild to throw different events because, hey, we can let them know even if they're not actively in our guild right now and keeping up with everything.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of these types of like presentations set up already. And I want to do like if I were King ArenaNet for a day, this is what I would do. I have one for player housing. Like I have.
Okay,
really
yeah, you talked
awesome
about that. You talked about the player
Yeah.
housing video that you're working on, which I would love to see.
It's currently in the graveyard.
Oh my god, don't say that. There's so many good ideas that you had, and they're all like dead.
Yeah, I know, man. I know it's unfortunate.
I don't get why though. What's the point that you say screw this, I'm done with it, get it out of here? Like
okay, so I have a really bad problem with imposter syndrome. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not.
Okay, so imposter syndrome is something where you are in a position, right, for probably meritorious reasons. He has had so many videos that are pretty much finished.
Yeah, I know.
I
know. That's what I'm saying, Emily.
So first of all, I don't ever feel like I'm good enough.
Okay.
Right? So there's that. And when I make a video, if I don't feel like the video if it doesn't meet my standards for editing or audio or whatever, right? Like if anything isn't meeting my standards, I don't release it because I have a very high standard for the stuff that I produce.
Okay.
And then the other thing is if I don't enjoy making it, right, like if I feel like it's too drab or whatever, then I don't release it because then if I don't like it, why the hell would I expect anybody else to like it? So like those are the three things that really kind of work against me. I'm my own worst critic.
Right.
I'm just really bad about it. So
yeah. No, I mean, and that's the thing, like, I don't have it to the point where it's crippling, you know what I mean? There's, I remade, like, that freelancer review, for example, that I had, because the first one that I released was just god-awful. It's still up on the channel, but it was so bad, in my opinion, that I was like, I had to remake it, and people were like, oh, don't listen to the comments, or don't listen to the people that, like, shit talk or whatever, but I was just like, no, I need to remake this whole video. Like, it needs to happen, right? And that actually made me step up my video making a lot more, because that's when I started, like, really scripting my videos and, like, really, like, just putting a lot more effort into all the things that I did. But yeah, I understand where it's coming from. It's just a shame because I think you put so much effort into them, and like you were talking about how it took you an hour and 15 minutes to animate a cryptis coming out of the like the shadows or whatever, and
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah.
and now we're never going to see that, and it was so much effort that you put into that, you know, and it's like I would love to see that. So you know, it's like,
Here you go.
oh
You want to see it?
man, yes,
I'll pull it up really quick. I'll share the clip with you really fast.
I would
Let me
love
see
to
if I
see
can
that.
find it. Yeah, so the other thing too that I realized is I should never ever attempt to make time relevant videos.
Right, you said that,
Right?
yeah.
I can never do that because if I was explaining it to one of the people in my Discord recently. If somebody like for you, if you make a video, right, you're going to say that kind of when we're talking about rehashing content.
Yes,
Right, we were talking about that earlier. So if I were to
yes,
make a video, and if you're making a similar video, even
yes,
though we're doing two completely different things,
right,
if you get your video out first, and if it takes me a week to edit my video, well, now the content has been rehashed for an entire week. What's
right,
the point of me even attempting it? So I
yeah.
think in the future, I need to only do things that are evergreen content.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, but to kind of put a little bit of like a different perspective on it, like there's been a bunch of people that have talked about all the stuff, the expansion stuff. And then like Wooden Potatoes releases a video and he immediately got like a shit ton of views on it and people watch his fucking stuff. Uh, you know, whether or not they've already seen the stuff or not, they went and watched it. It's released 10 hours ago. It's at 13,000 views. Right?
Yeah,
So it's like there's still
he's got a huge
precedence for
channel.
like, huh?
He's got a huge channel.
Oh, he does. Yeah, I know. I know. But I'm saying like I think you could be just as great if you were to just actually release your content.
Yeah, maybe. So
Okay.
so this was so you can see the screen, right? This was a lot
Oh, hold on
of
1 second. Thank you, Valek. Have a good night. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm gonna head out after this too, so I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, chicken. Sorry.
All right, so this was me learning how to do things in Photoshop that I didn't know how to do before, right? So this was a really just a stupid experiment for me to try to get proficient with Photoshop. All right,
Okay.
here goes.
That's
That's pretty
so
much it.
good though. That's so good. Oh my god. Like if you have like sound effects to that while you're like talking about something or whatever, like oh my god, that's so good.
Yeah.
I love that. That's really good. I can totally see like obviously there's like, you know, there's a way you could perfect it or something, but it looks so good. Like that's really like I'm like, okay. That makes them feel like really yeah, I don't know. That's really I like it. I love it. Yeah. Wow.
And I mean,
See, I
the
missed
hardest part
that.
was actually.
I,
So, anywho, it's silly. It's silly.
it's not. It's so good. I think you just need to like realize that your content, the stuff that you make, is better than you think it is.
I need I need to I just need to not. Yeah, I don't know, man. There's a lot of issues. I'm a
Yeah, it's a shame, but I
I'm
mean,
my
can
own worst enemy,
oh
and
Emily wants the group to see it, but I'm not. You know, I'm not. You can post it in your Discord, but I'm. You know, I wouldn't post it on.
Emily, get in his channel really quick. I'll show it to you if you
Oh
want.
yeah. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just it's a shame. Yeah, you tell him. I've always been a huge supporter of chicken stuff. I've been huge on your content. I think you do because you have such a like you know, you have such a interesting way of like organizing certain things, right? Like I saw your like little presentation that you had and it's also like well organized and thought out and it's like methodical and there's like a reason for everything and it's like everything is thought of and it's like just oh my god, you know, it's so good and it's like I want to see that in your videos. Like I want to see your videos that are like that, I mean.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe once I get my crap together and once I feel a little bit better about the stuff I'm doing and come into more of a systematic way of producing things where I can get stuff done quickly without kind of getting sidetracked for 2 freaking hours for making a 22-second scene.
I mean, it's
2
worth
hours.
it though.
To
It
make a
looks
20
good. 2 hours. Jeez.
Yeah, dude. like learning how to do stuff on the fly is like.
Yeah.
Anywho, are you
Hi,
here,
Emmy.
Emmy? She's not gonna say anything. All right, here you go. You're watching.
Mhm.
Okay, here it is. See, I have fog moving in different directions. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's the Cryptus. They're coming for you, Emmy. They're coming for you. Oh no, they're coming for you.
That's it. It's so good though. If you put the right sound effects on there, like a footstep sound effect with like a really good like music in the background, like really ominous music in the background, it's really good stuff.
Yeah. Oh man. It was
Just remember, it's an hour and something that you spend on that didn't amount to anything.
true. Story of my life.
Yeah, it's a lot of wasted effort.
Yeah, I know, man. I know. Thanks for reminding me.
Oh, because man, it's just I know that some of my videos, like, I'm the same way. I criticize my videos a lot, and I know there's a lot of different things that where I'm like, I could have done this better, I could have done that better, but it's just like, you know what? Maybe someone will appreciate it, even if I don't think it's the perfect. Like the last two videos that I made, I could have made them 100 times better. I know that, you know what I mean? But it's just like I'm like, I want to put it out there, and of course the first one was like time crunch because I wanted to get it out before anyone else, which I did. So, but I don't know.
Yeah. Anyhow, well, I like you, man. You're an inspiration.
Oh
I
well,
wish I
thank
could
you.
do what you do, man. So, anywho,
Well, I know
Arali,
you have
love
to
you,
go to
buddy.
bed. Yep.
Emmy, yeah, I should have been in bed an hour ago. But anyways, love you guys.
All right.
Have a good
Have a
one.
good night. All right. Well, thank you, Em, for coming in, and I thought it would look great. In my opinion, I thought that was a great animation. I mean, I can totally see because I've done stuff like that. There was a lot of stuff actually for the video for the Halloween strike video that I made. Same kind of thing. I had to learn like how to do certain things for that video as well. You can kind of pick it out, the stuff that I had to learn to figure out how to make them fit and stuff. Um, but yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. It's good stuff. I wish he would release more of his stuff. Yeah, I thought it was really good. So, it's a shame, but it is what it is. Yeah, I don't know. We've talked about a lot of stuff today, guys. Again, my videos out there. There's 2 videos now to this. Leave a comment if you have any other thoughts on it. Let me know, because there's theories. I mean, we talked about you know, the seers, and we talked about I even touched on things like Avenia, which I'm like, I don't think Avenia is gonna come back in the story, but maybe she is. Who knows, right? Soja's coming back. Like no one would have expected if someone would have said, "Hey, we're making an expansion about the Wizard's Tower." And we're bringing seers in, and it's gonna be about the Astral Ward fighting against demons. No one would have been like, "Oh my God, Zoja's back in the story!" Like, that's so left field, right? So you don't know anything, like you don't know what could potentially come into this expansion or following expansions, right? Yeah, but I'm gonna head out now as well. So tomorrow we're gonna do Xenoblade Chronicles 2, more of that. I'll do like 4 or 5 hours of that maybe. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. You guys are coming with really great things. Well, thank you. I appreciate all the support. I mean, people have been really amazing. Chicken saying that he thinks I'm better than Wooden Potatoes. I mean, I don't know. I can't claim that. I would never claim that. I think Wooden Potatoes' knowledge of the universe is just so deep, and I don't know if I could ever compare to that. But and it's not about competition. It's about supplementation, I guess, where complementation, where it's like I want people to watch my content because they're excited for the stuff, but then I want them to also, from my content, go to like his content because maybe he has a different take on it, right? And it's all about like we can all live in this one world together and make the same kind of content, because we might have, specifically when it comes to like theories and lore and stuff, there's like a lot of different takes you can have on things. I don't know what I know he talked about the Wizard's Folly Tower. I don't know what he said about it. Like I said, I kind of skimmed through his like kind of skipped through his video, kind of like like looked at some stuff. I don't know what he said about it, but you know, it's just kind of like, it's nice. So you know, it's exciting. I hope you guys have a good night. Like I said, I'll be back, and if you guys are interested, I mean, I might be doing Guild Wars 1 on Tuesday. I've been really like feeling like a Guild Wars 1 itch, especially after making this video where I talked about a lot of Guild Wars 1 stuff. You know, I'm like, oh man, I kind of want to play some Guild Wars 1 stuff. I'm thinking of doing like maybe dungeons in Eye of the North, or maybe we can make a new character or something. I don't know if you guys want to see, like, we could make a new character and go into the realm of Torment and see like the demons that we have in the realm of Torment, kind of play through Nightfall or something, and we can have that for the next couple weeks or something that we do. I would love to play like a dervish or something. I haven't played a dervish in a long time, so if you're interested in that, let me know. But yeah, other than that, I will see you guys next time. Thank you guys so much. Have a good night, you guys, and